The woven echoes infiltrated your OBS. Chat got some good memes. Void Knight buffs were too strong.
Your audio's live,
attacks
apparently.
came back. Yeah.
Testing.
We're testing, you know?
Why, hello everyone, and welcome to episode 10 of the Town Portal podcast. We had a couple of technical difficulties, and hopefully all those technical difficulties have been taken out. Hopefully we're going to have a great show for everyone. I'm sorry, what a nightmare. We had a bunch of people watching, and then things didn't go as planned, so hopefully everything is taken care of. I had to rebuild all the scenes and get all the audio, so we're going to test and see how everything sounds. Judd, how are you doing today?
I'm doing very well, Aaron. How are you doing today?
Good. Can everybody hear Judd without an echoing ring?
Hello.
Fixed. Perfect.
Oh, nice,
Great.
nice.
Grand.
Hey.
Lovely. Amazing. Hey, listen.
It's a quick fix, right?
Yeah, it was a really quick fix. I only had to restart my computer twice, rebuild 4 different scenes, get all the cameras set up, get the audio set up, get the name tag set up, then retest it, then reboot the scene. It only took a few seconds to get it going. Mike, can you tell me about your morning routine, sir, so I could test your audio?
Yeah, my morning routine is very boring. I roll out of bed and have a snack and turn on my computer. That's about it.
What about for breakfast? What do you eat for breakfast?
I get these like little things called Aussie Bites. And they're like, I don't know. There's like grains and seeds and stuff in them, and they're delicious. And
Okay.
have a little protein shake.
That sounds good. I like your shirt, too. Everyone's going to want one of those. Carve, talk to me about your morning routine.
I don't roll out of bed before I, stay there for at least a half an hour after waking up because I just can't get myself up.
So you would say you're more of a night person?
I mean, it's like almost midnight right now for me. Yeah, I would say so. Yeah.
Okay, that's fair.
It's like 1 a.m. when I go to sleep usually after a workday. So yeah.
Ross, what about your morning routine?
Well, at the moment, my routine is waking up at 1 p.m. because of time zones. And at the moment, it's very sunny in Scotland. So at the moment, I wake up, go to the beach, have a relax, then come back and start working.
You wait a second. You wake up and go to the beach every day?
Well, at the moment, yeah, like you need to take when there's good weather over here, you need to take advantage of it because there's not that much. So yeah, that's what I'm doing at the moment.
Okay, that is fair. Frosty, how are you doing, good sir?
I'm good. I wake up 3 a.m. Scotland time, go out, get my paper, come back in, put my pants on, get ready for work. Typical morning routine.
Just the normal stuff?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, awesome.
I'm too loud.
You're a bit loud? I got you.
I don't know. One person said I'm loud, so yeah.
You're a little loud. I got you.
Well, all right. Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Gentlemen, I think we are officially good to go. All right. Hello, everybody, and welcome to episode 10 of the Town Portal podcast. I'm so excited today to have Judd, Mike, Ross, and Carve with us. This is the last tour of the Erased podcast. And again, I apologize for the technical difficulties. Today, we're going to be talking about all things Season 2, Tombs of the Erased, and maybe a little of the Beyond. Today, EHG might have broken a record with releasing 100 pages of patch notes, which is absolutely insane. I think we made it through like 1/3, 4 hours leading into this podcast, which is very, very cool. So we're going to be discussing that today. Frosty, why don't you say hello to everyone, sir, and do some introductions?
All right. This is the most people we've had on at once, so maybe I might lose breath here, but thanks, Aaron. I'm beyond hyped for today's episode because we've got not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 absolute legends from 11th Hour Games joining us. That's right, the brilliant minds behind what is arguably the best ARPG of all time, Last Epoch. First up, we've got Judd, the founder of 11th Hour Games and game director of Last Epoch. This man is an absolute gigachad. He'll give you a thumbs up if he catches you playing Last Epoch on the job, and honestly, that's the kind of leadership I can fully support. Next, we've got Ross, the creative director. He's the hero secretly pushing for your favorite specs to get massive buffs, all while allegedly rescuing puppies in his spare time.
True.
Then we have Mike, the senior technical game designer, Twitch streamer, and the proud holder of the best beard title 3 years running. Honestly,
wow.
dude, I'm jealous. And last but not least, Carve, the man, the myth, the legend, a game designer who's been leaking so many exciting features from this upcoming patch. We're honestly just pumped to hear what you've got in store for us today. It is an absolute honor having you all here. Please say hi and introduce yourselves in case I missed anything.
Yeah, hey everybody. My name is Judd Kobler. I'm the game director for Last Epoch and founder of 11th Hour Games. Really excited to chat with everybody today about the upcoming Season 2 release.
Hello, I'm Ross, creative director at EHG. I've been working in the game since I think the 0.7 series of patches, mostly just because I wanted to help out at that time, but then I officially joined later. I think it was 2022, something like that. I've worked on the design and front end of most of the game systems over the years.
Hello, I'm Mike. I'm a technical designer here, and yeah, been around most of the time. Not quite since the very start, but pretty close. Yeah, it's just thrilled about this new patch. It's always fun. I'm a big fan of patch day, and it's fast approaching.
Hi, I'm Carve, or I guess some people call me Ilkka, but nobody at the work, nobody can pronounce the name. And I'm just a nerd who apparently is worth listening to, I guess.
Very, very cool. Well, thank you guys for joining us today and give us the opportunity to share everything that's coming. We thought we would just rip the Band-Aid off with the first question. This is a question that's asked, or I guess more if it's a statement. There's a lot of buzz around Season 2. It's been 9 months in the waiting for this highly anticipated update. And we know that unfortunately, maybe in the past, EHG has suffered with some server problems. So knowing that there might be 100, 200, 300 people in my chat think you're going to have 500,000 concurrent players. We just kind of wanted to start with how servers are feeling, how confident is EHG with the amount of players that likely will be coming, and just see what you guys have done to plan for servers.
Yeah, our backend team is feeling really good. We've continued to improve our backend infrastructure since the launch of 1.0. You know, now we're doing this with live data and real scenarios, and that's allowed us to fortify these things under actual conditions that we'll see in the wild. We've done things like we've improved our monitoring capabilities, we've reduced our server memory spikes, we reduced the weight of servers just in general, and this, of course, we've also done a lot of stress testing and other things like scaling speed, ancillary service fail state mitigations, etc. And so, you know, and if anything does go awry with the servers at the launch of Season 2, we're all going to be at our battle stations ready to fix things very quickly. But yeah, feeling good in that regard.
Okay, so no one's taken off to play Last Epoch the day
There's
of
no
Last
vacations
Epoch.
right now on the 17th.
We'll all be playing and sitting there and monitoring things very closely. So yeah, we'll be joining you guys on launch.
All right, great. So I've been seeing a lot of your promotional materials, the videos. Is it me, or is it looking a lot better graphically in this new season? Have you guys done any changes? What have you done? And is this something you're going to be continuing to do going forward?
Yeah. There's extensive updates in this regard. We do suspect that these will be noticeable. We've got this massive internal campaign going through and auditing all of the player animations and combat sounds and updating those. We're still replacing all of our enemy and VFX that aren't up to our new, much higher level of quality. And you'll be seeing a lot more of this in upcoming season releases as well. But yeah, with the release of Season 2, Last Epoch is looking and sounding better than it ever has, for sure. Ross, you've been working very closely in those pipelines. If there's anything specific you'd like to add to that?
Yeah, so yeah, as you mentioned, Judd, every season comes with visual upgrades as we update older content. Most of these improvements aren't generally attached to a specific season as a goal. We just continually work to improve visuals. There are some exceptions where we might target a specific large visual improvement project to a release, like when we updated the player shadows and lighting at 1.0, or when we added environmental variants to echoes. Updating the engine helps with our options here as well. In terms of VFX updates, we target both player VFX and enemy VFX for improvement. And depending on how old a particular effect is, reworking it can result in abilities looking better and performing better, and being clearer in terms of visual weight and clarity. I think visual clarity is always important, but especially so as you continue to add more complex mechanics to the game. On the sound effects side, it's a similar sort of thing there. We either update older sounds because the sound team have targeted that for improvement, or because there is a visual rework of something that, facilitates the need to update the sound there. On the environmental side of things, in terms of level design and textures, we are in the process of a big push there in terms of both the fidelity and clarity when it comes to things like ground textures and contrast, which has a big impact on overall readability when it comes to combat. So yeah, as Judd said, you'll continue to see improvements across the board here with each season.
Now, recently, EHG has done an engine upgrade, and you've basically gone to a newer version of Unity. Has that unlocked more potential for what you can do as designers?
There's certainly been...
Yeah, go, John.
Yeah, there's certainly been aspects of the engine upgrades that gives us more insight into, what the code is doing to a deeper degree and what we are able to push going forward. Upgrading the engine gives a lot of internal ability to improve things. Sometimes it does come with performance upgrades as well. Those are things that we're always excited about. And upgrading the engine is important and something that we do from time to time.
Okay, cool. 13 pages of bug fixes. How important were getting these bugs taken care of before Season 2?
Really, really important, right? We want people to know that we're going to be pushing higher and higher quality content as the studio and game mature. Lots of bug fixes coming in Season 2. And although there will likely always be some bugs floating around, we've got more dedicated resources for bug fixing than we ever have by a large margin. On that note, if you guys end up finding any bugs in game, please do use that in-game bug reporting system. It's super helpful to us. It gives us your logs and character information, which helps us find and fix bugs, literally 1,000 times faster. So if you guys see something, say something for sure, and it's always much appreciated.
Nice. Cool. So, I didn't get a chance to read all the notes, believe it or not. I think there's like 100 pages. Along with the 13 pages of bug fixes, I saw like massive amount of buffs for underused abilities. Now, I know this is just like a blanket question everyone can answer. Are you guys looking forward to any particular ability specifically that has been buffed to play with in this upcoming season? And everyone can answer one what their favorite one is.
It's not buffed it's buffed slightly from a damage perspective, but we updated Lightning Blast to actually a chain, and that really helps. So rather than hitting all enemies at the same time, it sequentially changes, which makes it a lot more satisfying. I think there's a few fixes we've added for this as well, so I'll be trying Lightning Blast.
For me, I'm really excited to be trying out Symbols of Hope now that the functionality has changed. I think that's going to be a major improvement to the Sentinel's skill set. So really, really excited about Symbols.
There's some little buffs to Smelter's Wrath, and there's potential in them ability hills. So I'm looking forward to eventually what that's going to become.
For me, it's probably I'm most excited for turning Judgment's Consecrated Ground to Aura. Now that I don't need to dump my entire mana pool anymore, because that node got changed to not dump your mana pool anymore, and since Volatile Reversal doesn't immediately give your mana back all now, so you can actually use some other skills and don't need to worry about the Volatile Reversal stuff.
Carve, I know what you're doing. You're trying to bring a true RF to Last Epoch. Don't try and fool anybody. We know what you're doing. Come on.
We have
And
a
we
couple
also
of
get-
skills that are basically like Righteous Fire. That being one of them, and one of the uniques coming for Acolyte, I think gives you somewhat similar playstyle.
Oh boy. Frosty, I can tell you that I'm probably going to be the only content creator in the world that's going to be playing Summon Bear for my season start. We are going to make a Primalist Beastmaster Summon Bear build.
I mean, I'm probably going along with majority of people that I've talked to and just going Heartseeker because I love bows, and I'm so happy with that. I am so unbelievably happy with that. That's hands down what I'm going.
Very nice. All right, guys, I don't know who wants to tackle this question. I feel like once Season 2 comes out, there's going to be a lot of questions around this. WASD movement in beta form. What's the future of WASD in Last Epoch? Potential strafing, using right thumbstick to shoot as you move backwards. What's the kind of future vision of WASD?
Yeah, I can answer this one here. There's a lot on the table and a lot up in the air still. What it's going to look like at the very end of the line of like when do we take that beta tag off of the feature type thing? It's such a feel dependent thing. So we need to make sure that the changes that we're making are things that feel good and things that feel good in Last Epoch specifically. So there's so many abilities that interact differently with this type of like input movement. And actually adding in active strafing to abilities is a huge power spike to a lot of situations. And so like it's on the table, but it is not guaranteed. So we are going to be testing things out and seeing what feels best. There's also like a lot of animation requirements for doing that. And we do have some new tools from animations coming down the pipe that are really big upgrades for the visual fidelity and also just how they feel in game when you're using them. It's going to help us make this feel a lot better going forward once we do get that beta tag off. I don't know if Ross has anything about that.
Yeah, there's a level design aspect to this too as well, where you need to, we need to adjust areas to feel good with WASD as well. We're doing that for all of the new areas that we're creating, so tombs and cemeteries, and in future seasons. But we will need to revisit some specific areas in the campaign and in Monolith as well to ensure that the level is laid out to work well with WASD.
Nice.
Cool.
I just got to get this out of the way first. This is a massive patch, massive season. There's so much being added. Is everything that's being added now going to be permanent and also available for legacy servers?
Yeah, everything that we're adding right now is permanent content. We think it's very important to make sure that the game is stacked with fun content. And when we released 1.0, we didn't quite have enough to start to introduce temporary mechanics. Introducing temporary mechanics or systems with seasonal releases is likely something we'll do because there is large benefit to doing that. You can release something, have it tested, see what sentiment is like, and you don't have any commitment to keeping it in the game, or if people don't like it, you could of course pull it. So it is likely something that we end up doing long term, but right now all of the content coming into the game is intended to be permanent. Yeah.
Okay, great.
I think there's one exception. This isn't anything to do with actual content. It's just that the chat announcements, the seasonal chat announcements, do not happen in Legacy. So there's one difference.
Oh, yes.
And what are those announcements going to be, Carve?
Probably gonna see me die in hardcore.
Oh, jeez. Loot Lizards got hit with a pretty big nerf, 40% reduction. What would people expect the loot increase to be? So right now you probably see a couple Loot Lizards almost every echo. Are we going to be super excited to see them from the loot that they drop?
I mean, they've got a ton of really great loot already. We're not actually buffing the loot on them a ton. There's a lot of new methods for you to get access to Loot Lizards. So you can spawn them in your echo webs through the Weaver tree. You can also there's the scale charm as well. So there's lots of new ways, and there's definitely not a bunch of pings happening right now. It's distracting me or anything.
Yeah, you're telling me.
There's a lot of new ways to get access to the loot lizards when you really want them a lot. So you're still gonna be able to spawn a whole bunch of them, but they'll just spawn less consistently and just randomly, and you'll stumble across them a little bit less.
Yeah,
Nice.
one big point of feedback was that the loot lizards were like extremely saturated in campaign. So the reduction in amount of loot lizards you find is mostly notable on campaign because with the Beaver tree, and then there might be a Woven Echo that contains loot lizards. You can in end game get a decent amount of loot lizards still.
Well, speaking of loot in campaign, I know these champion monsters, these like mini boss type monsters that have been added to the game, will be in campaign. They have a potential of dropping, I think it was a pile of uniques. Is this something that could possibly happen in the very early stages of your new character in a campaign?
Yes.
I'm actually not sure.
I'm not sure actually. Can we ask Holly that, and we can get
Holly's
back to
checking.
you on the answer to that?
Yeah,
I suspect the
good source
answer
for
is yes,
this.
but I'm not.
They are
I mean,
difficult, and if you don't have any if you don't have any like gear from previous characters, and you're like a fresh start character, and you see one right at the start or as early as they can be seen, they are quite difficult.
While
Yeah,
we're
Holly's
waiting for
checking
that
those right now.
answer, when you guys see loot lizards or hear them, does anybody else hear dolphins? Somebody at EHG must hear a dolphin. I can't be the only person.
You might be the only person.
No way. That's
Mike says yes.
I hear where you're coming from there.
Yeah. Okay.
It's like a dolphin and a murloc had a baby.
Yes. Okay. Perfect. I would accept that.
They can drop a pile of uniques very early.
Okay.
Like a pile of exalted items as well. Some of the loot drop types are in-game only, but uniques can be at any level.
I mean, that's great news for speedrunners.
Yeah, you're not getting piles of exalted items on campaign.
Yeah, but uniques can be at any level.
Yeah.
Okay. So there's been a lot of shift on loot drops more towards magic and rare enemies as well as making those enemies tougher. What prompted that change, and are other loot pools going to change maybe in the future, or is that kind of where you want to take loot?
Well, we don't have anything to really share about future loot pool changes right now. As for the question about the magic and rare enemies, it just improves the feel and flow of the game a lot. You know, you fight these not normal enemies, and then they'll drop some, a bit better loot compared to everything else, and you don't have to be clicking these shards and runes and whatnot that normal enemies currently drop quite often. So it just means that you loot a lot less often, so it just feels better. It just feels better. That's what we found out when we tested it.
Okay. Nice. So these new Woven Echoes seem really cool. Is there a way of getting them, I don't know, through the auction house or the Merchants Guild, or increasing drop rate through Circle of Fortune, or does everyone have kind of like an even playing field?
They're not tradable. You can't get them in the bazaar.
Circle of Fortune players will get a bit more of them through their perks, but other than that, they are pretty equal.
Okay.
Some major changes were made to enemy dot, so damage over time. A 50% reduction in corruption scaling, as well as 15% less damage to players. Was dot overtuned, or was it just requiring too much of a gear commitment?
I mean, both. We don't have. It's a lot easier to mitigate hits. There's a lot more systems that specifically mitigate hits. So there's a couple different ways to go about it. We could provide a lot more ways to mitigate dot, or we could just make dots be less dangerous, so you don't have to go out of your way on already very limited pool of affixes to start tanking all of the dots. So we just felt it was better to not put more pressure on that, and instead just overall reduce the damage dots do. Obviously, you still probably want to have a source of cleansing for all the ailments in the end game.
I feel like this is going to be something that players really feel and notice when they play endgame for Last Epoch. Most of the time when you die, it's like a poison or bleed nemesis, or it's Gaspar or some dot that like smokes through all your defenses. So I think this is going to be a great change.
Yeah, I think we were about halfway through the development process for the season, and I had a distinct memory of watching some streamers specifically struggling here. I think it was I think it was Karn as well. That was like, quite passionate about telling us with this. But yeah, like I think the changes here are really positive.
Yeah,
Nice.
there's also other things we can do, and we have actually done in a lot of enemies recently, where when a dot spawns, it doesn't do its like maximum damage immediately, and it just ramps up. So if you're standing on it at the beginning when it spawns, it doesn't necessarily do all of its damage, and then if you just AFK there, it's obviously going to die. Or if you walk onto it later, it's going to be way more dangerous to help, so that when they spawn, you don't immediately have to be ready to dive out potentially, and it gives you a bit more leeway there.
So we're getting
So,
some pretty cool news in from the team right now, and I promise this isn't scripted or planned. The team is pinging us right now saying that our stretch build has passed QA, and so we will actually be adding another list of patch notes that were not included initially, and we can show some cool
What?
things that we were excited to get in that we weren't sure was going to
What?
come on day one, but we have some. It looks like Photon pushed in some new visuals for the Monolith hub, which is really cool. This is pretty neat. We're all very excited about this, and then we'll ask them to post the additional patch notes in the Discord for us, so we can go over those too, and then we'll have to actually add them to the patch notes themselves.
Yeah, they will be added.
Hold on. How many more pages of patch? So we're at 100 patch
Oh,
notes.
Oh, it's not
Like one
not
page.
not yeah.
Maybe
It's like one
Okay.
additional page.
Okay.
but they're good. They're good.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll take that. That's awesome. That is very cool.
Basically, just rolling the first hotfix into the launch build.
Okay. Sweet. Frosty, what do you got?
Nice. Oh, okay. Well, I might not have a lot of time coming up to play a lot, so thank you for the mastery respecking, because I would like to be able to maybe switch my mastery without leveling up a whole new character to like 90. I think I saw on the video like a high level character is like 500,000 gold or something. It's definitely attainable. What made you decide to allow mastery respecking?
And just before someone answers that question, if you are out there and don't know, Frosty LaRue's wife is due tomorrow with their first baby. So they're having a baby girl. So he wasn't even sure if he was going to make it for today's podcast, but just huge congratulations.
Yeah.
Excited for you.
Thank you.
Excited for
Thank you,
sir.
guys.
And EHG, everyone in chat is saying that he should name his daughter Ellie. Get it? It's not very funny.
I like
All right,
it.
there
I
you
think
go.
I'm thinking Aberoth.
Sponsored for sure.
Abby could be another. Abby could be
Abby
another.
could be another good one.
Abby's a good one
That's
too.
true.
Abby, yeah, there you go.
That's true.
Yeah, well, so with respect to like the mastery respec, it's one of those things that people it was a pain point for some people who are like starting out, and they all they do is just look at the broad theming of a class, and they're like, oh, that's something I played in another game, and you dive right in. You get to end game, and it's not like maybe we've taken the class in a different direction than you're expecting or something like that, and you're like, oh, I wish I'd actually taken a Beastmaster instead of a Druid or something like that, and just that little shift. And then on your very first character, you look back and it took you so many hours to do the campaign, so you've never done it before, and there's like that big pain point moment, and we just didn't want people to bounce out of the game right then. And so this was a really good opportunity to give people a way to keep playing and keep experiencing and keep evolving their character. And like we wanted the cost to be something that was significant enough that it's not just a hey, I'm gonna go switch my mastery today because I feel like it, but not so debilitating that you're like, okay, I'm gonna farm for this week so I can afford my mastery respec next week. And like it's a new thing, and we're gonna be paying attention to feedback and making adjustments as we need to here going forward. But yeah, it's something that we're using more as like a relief valve for fixing a mistake rather than like a tool to be leveraged. And I think the really big similarity here is the being able to switch between COF and MG. And like that's not something I see a lot of people being like, I'm gonna leverage these two together to switch back and forth. And that's sort of the relationship we want, is where it's fixing a pain point for players, not really a tool for like to be followed in build guides so much. And like I'm sure it'll pop up from time to time in these places, but expecting more one-way switches than repeat switches.
I'm happy that you guys put it in the game, but I'm not gonna lie, I was pretty surprised. This was one of those questions, Mike, that you've gotten for 5 years, where it's always been like, we want something to feel permanent. So it was a nice surprise, but I was surprised.
Yep. Yeah, we have to stay flexible, and we have to be ready to change and adapt. And I think this is a good example of that. We're gonna keep making the best decisions for the game in its current state.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well,
I think as long as you can't swap a mage into a sentinel, we're probably good here. So
can't swap the
a lot of
class.
plastic surgery.
Yeah.
Right. Something that's been coming up more and more when everybody's watching these trailers, looking at the patch notes, is power creep. So with the introduction of being able to enchant your idols, with the ability to guarantee your 1 LP slams, with the ability to switch out your attributes, and all these new items and gear, champion affixes, what are the thoughts around power creep and trying to keep that under control?
Yeah, it's an important topic. So we incrementally buff monsters almost every patch because we don't want the player power to start to drastically outpace monster power when we elevate the player power floor with additions like you're calling out right now. That prevents us from having to do things like introduce a patch where we buff monsters very significantly, which can feel very jarring to players. So just as we continue to elevate the floor of player power, we will incrementally buff monsters with these outgoing patches.
Okay.
Nice. So, I mean, speaking of player power, with the massive amount of changes pretty much every ability has in the game, there's going to be some builds that just explode with damage, and you might not even foresee this. Is there any plans on maybe reining those in if you see certain builds just being ridiculously overpowered, and maybe
Busted
the same
busted builds, yeah.
How are you going to handle that? Is that something where it's like time to nerf it to the ground, or maybe nerf it a little bit? What's your theory on that?
We just don't do mid-season balance changes. It's just extremely disheartening and disruptive to pull the mat from underneath you're playing a good build and there's no box or anything involved, and then suddenly your build is gone. It's just a horrible feeling. And when we polled the community on this topic, it was pretty obvious that unless bugs are causing it, just keep it intact, and it's aligned pretty well with our internal thoughts on the matter. And
now
obviously,
we do address any bugs that present outlier cases like this, and so it might be that something has broken, and then you're scaling way higher than intended because of that. We do fix issues in that regard. Another thing that will allow this to feel better is that we need to start releasing seasons more rapidly than the release between 1.1 and 1.2. So if there is something that's very overpowered, and we would want to have the opportunity to balance that sooner than having a patch release, in the same time span as 1.1 to 1.2.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the TLDR. No balance changes, but bug fixes.
Yes.
Got it. If it's bugged,
Yes.
You'll patch it. If it's just broken from over tuning, it stays until the next season. Okay. Judd, I'm glad you brought that up because that was going to be my next question. You said something where everybody was like, oh yeah, we'll believe it when we see it. So I just thought we could bring it up now. On the first tour of the Erase podcast, you said something with Rax and Zizarin that the goal for time in between seasons is actually 3 months, and then if it goes to, I think that's, or if it goes to 3.5, so be it. If it goes to 4 months, so be it. But really, the goal in between patches is 3 to 4 months.
Yeah, we think the most healthy cadence for releasing content for Last Epoch in the future will be at a 3-month cadence. It is something that, again, we are getting our legs when it comes to games as a service and the live operations model. We are doing way better than we ever have about making content in parallel. So there are many things that we have in development for future season releases already. So we're making really good progress to what we need to do to make that happen. So the ultimate goal will be 3-month seasonal releases. I think it's more appropriate to say 4 months is something that we feel like is reasonable for 11th hour games at the moment, but certainly not this large gap that we've had between 1.1 and 1.2. The gap between 1.1 and 1.2 was really based on player feedback and people telling us that they really wanted to see additional in-game, these quality of life improvements. And so we had an internal debate about what we were going to do, because we even had a roadmap posted with content that we were coming out with for 1.2. And with all the feedback that we were ingesting, we were like, it's going to make us feel like we are just blind to the feedback that we're receiving if we create the content that was positioned to come in the previous version of 1.2. So we decided it was time for us to, go heads down, listen to the players, focus on the stuff that you guys want, and that is the result of what we have coming in Season 2. It did take a little bit longer to come out, but we do think that people are really going to enjoy the efforts and the content going into this patch.
Awesome. I'm excited for Season 2, and obviously I'm excited for Season 3 because Mike has talked about some Necro stuff. So, I just... Anyways, what do you got, Frosty?
So I was looking at the video you released earlier, and they talked about the Gauntlet of Strife Woven Echo, which is basically you're fighting a gauntlet of bosses. Roughly how many bosses are we fighting in a row here? Is it like 2 or is it like 10? What is it?
I think it's 2.
Okay.
Yeah, Holly.
I think
Holly
it's more.
Yeah,
no,
it's
it's a lot more.
It's more than
yeah.
2, and there's champions in there too.
No, I think
it's 7.
It's
Okay.
7. Yeah.
That feels like a gauntlet.
And
Yes.
it's not just bosses. But the bosses have their little champions with them.
Okay.
They have their minions as well.
Well, I'm looking
There's
forward
like
to that.
a champion that's like paired with each boss.
Oh, nice.
Okay. So we got Mastery Respec. That was something that EHG was flexible on. In the past, it's like, no, not out right now. We don't want to do it. They brought that in.
We were subbing there for a while, yep.
Something else that has been added to the game is we've always been able to jump through the dungeons to kind of jump through the campaign on alt characters. But something that was always kind of a pain point is you didn't get your idols and you didn't get your passive points, which means you still had to just run this quests anyways. So most people didn't use that feature. Now with Season 2, you could be able to jump through the dungeons and you can get some of your passive points and some of your idols. I thought somebody from EHG could talk through the thought process on this and why the decision was made.
Yeah, so the dungeon keys were added as a campaign skip for alt characters. This is something we don't want the keys to drop earlier than where they're dropping right now for your first campaign playthrough, because for new players, this could result in a lot of confusion. They could go and complete the dungeon and then they're spit out the other side at a much higher zone level. And for a new player that doesn't understand that, that can be frustrating, or they just don't think that they've done the right thing. And so we intend this to be a campaign skip for alt characters. One thing that we have discussed internally that we may do is we might actually have dungeon keys hidden in places where our veteran players can know to go and pick them up. So they can actually go, if they feel like they have the skill level, to go and just outskill the over-leveled content for them.
Hold on a second.
We
Are
might
you talking
go and add
about the
that.
current hidden zones that are already in the game? You're going to hide keys in there? Is that the idea?
That's an idea. That's certainly something that we could do. Is hide them in areas like that, or it could just be a barrel really far off the beaten path that probably people aren't going to go to. Yeah, it's one of those things in discussion though. We understand that there are a lot of people that would like to progress through the campaign more quickly. We've added that via dungeon skips, but we don't want to mess up the new player experience for the people who are actually new to the game and going through the campaign or going through the dungeons and being spit out at a higher level zone could be a really bad experience for brand new players.
And in terms of hiding the keys, it's more like the cave in the starting zone where the veteran boots are.
Yeah,
like
yes,
that
nice.
sort of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah,
like
it's
that.
probably gonna be like one-shot cash, so you don't like repeatedly farm the key there. It's, character has a chance, one chance with the key at the beginning if you wanna go risk it. So.
Okay.
It's also, if you've never done one of the dungeons before, some of them are pretty tough to get through on your very first shot blind. So if you do find a key and you go down that extra side path on your very first character, never even played the game before, you stumble into the dungeon by mistake and you just get booped by something and that was your one shot because you don't have any second keys and you have no idea what to expect and you can't learn it. And then you're like, oh, like I'm stuck, and you have to figure out where that branch point was and go backtracking it, and it's
That's a good time to plug the respawn system, actually.
Yes.
So with the launch of Season 2, you can use an additional key to respawn at the floor that you're on at the dungeon or at the boss, which, I think people are really going to enjoy. We also, this
Right.
isn't coming with Season 2, but we have a large amount of effort underway for tutorializing some things better, like crafting for new players, or like going into the Temporal Sanctum and using those abilities and knowing when to do that. We have some updates coming there that just like for new players, it'll make the experience just easier to understand overall. Yeah.
Just
I
feel better.
love hearing that.
Yeah.
I'm a more casual player for sure, and I'm also a bow player, so I die often. And being able to just get to the end of a dungeon if I die and being able to come back and not have to redo the whole thing, I'm a huge fan of that.
Yes.
Also, look, I might have a little trouble reading every single thing when it comes to the crafting, so having some kind of tutorial maybe would help out my learning style a bit more for sure. So I'm also a big fan of that.
Frosty, it's not just you. We cannot get people to read, and even internally, we don't do it either. So like, we really have to point at things with arrows. If we want you to see it, we got to make it flash really brightly.
That's right.
Or we got to put a big arrow next to it.
Yes.
And we understand that, and it's something that it's easier to go and write a wall of text for tutorial. But now that we actually have some additional time and development power, we can go through and make those tutorials just significantly better than we had in the past. So a lot of work going on in that area right now.
Yeah, we're looking at contextual toast notifications for Game Guide as well. When something specific happens, a small pop-up notification linking you to the Game Guide, because Game Guide's a good resource, and we don't do the best job at signposting that or pointing you to it beyond small buttons and things like that.
Everyone in chat
Very
saying
nice.
we don't read. So yeah, we need those types of indicators.
We don't either, guys.
I guess a random, side note question here. So, Circle of Fortune and Merchants Guild, are you guys still doing balance adjustments? And have you noticed maybe players veering more towards one or the other at the moment?
In terms of balance adjustments, the focus on this season, we had to spend time adding the new endgame faction. There are some small adjustments we've made there, but we are aware of the need to improve some UX and UX in the Bazaar, and certainly some quality of life elsewhere. So it hasn't been a goal this patch to update and balance factions, but there are some small changes we made that should hopefully help.
Yeah. And as far as like the split that we see going COF versus Merchants Guild, typically at the start of the seasons, we see people going COF in large quantities. And then as the season progresses, we do see an amount of players swapping over to Merchants Guild. But the split there does seem to reliably be healthy. People seem to be choosing the item faction that allows them to get items in the way that they would like to achieve items. So I think that system is actually working very well right now. Certainly always room for improvements there and slight balance adjustments, but yeah, overall we're very happy with it.
Okay.
Nice.
Gambler's Fallacy is back. What prompted the reversion to reverse it and to bring it back? Also, for the people who don't know, what is it?
It's an amulet that makes you always crit if you haven't crit recently, I think. It's a very powerful leveling unique for certain skills that had like high mana costs and whatnot, and you just like Glacier, for example, you just use it every now and then. It just destroy the screen with that. And the reason why it was removed was because there was a bug that allow you to just get multiple copies of it without ever completing the quest. So you could just get a lot of gold. And it wasn't a very big priority to get it back immediately, because there's the Soulfire Bastion dungeon that
Yep.
has a better version of that you can farm for LP, but we found some time to sneak that back in. So yeah.
Nice.
So, with the massive gamepad targeting improvements, is this a good indicator that maybe one day soon we'll be seeing Last Epoch for console?
We would love to get to console, and we are doing everything that would allow gamepad to be of the quality that would mean that people would like to see it on console. We don't have anything there to announce at the moment, but we certainly do want to make sure that when you are playing on the PC, no matter what your preferred input method is, the game is a phenomenal experience. And so this now includes WASD, but keyboard, mouse, gamepad targeting, a lot of really good adjustments going in here, and future efforts for gamepad. I mean, a lot of stuff underway here. We have the targeting feeling pretty darn good right now. The UI has been improved significantly already for gamepad, but we have a lot of work going for UI, mainly navigation, happening for gamepad in the future, because we do want gamepad. We want the gamepad experience to feel native. If you swap over to a gamepad, it should feel like it was built natively for the gamepad. So a lot of good adjustments there coming up. It's some of our very favorite stuff to work on. Both Ross and I have a UI background, so it's our time to just kind of hang out, geek out, work on some UI stuff. But yeah, a lot of good gamepad improvements coming. Console, nothing to announce, but certainly, working our way in that vein.
But you guys want to, in the future, have Last Epoch on console. That's a future goal.
Yeah,
for
we would
the
love
studio.
to. Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome.
Yeah.
I get this question all the time. Why is it the Weaver tree and not the Weaver web? I know. And what is a super beacon?
The name originally was Weaver's Web. There's a lot of debate internally about this, because I thought we thought people would default to calling it the Weaver tree anyway, and we call other trees skill trees and things like that. It's not it's not a type of naming that is it's consistent with the rest of the trees in the game. But yes, it was a divisive decision, let's put it that way.
Oh got it.
In terms of super beacons, those are just bigger beacons like you have in the Monolith. They reveal a large area on the echo web, and that just allows you to plan things out a bit more. Like if you've got imprinted woven echoes, that's a good way to search for those passively spawning.
Okay.
So I think I see there's something called a shade ambush being added to the game. What is this? Is it scary? Do they drop anything? Just try to explain this to me a bit more.
However you want to talk to that one.
I mean, it's like a normal shade fight. It just pops in your echo and drops you loot if you can kill it.
It's the same ambushes
cool.
we already have in other
Yes.
like ambush echoes already. So you'll like the mechanics for the ambush part of it happen the same as normal, and then it's the Shade of Orbis fight just like you'd fight it normally. So it is like it's two things that we kind of already have, and just.
However, it is not
echoes. It's a good note.
However, it is not the actual, like, it doesn't add shade into the normal ambushes that you get as objectives. It's just like an additional that happens randomly.
Okay.
Okay, I think I got one more question, Aaron, before we go to the next screen. But
Okay, go ahead. Shoot.
All right.
Fresh.
So Uber Aberoth being brought to the game. So this Aberoth is like how much more powerful than the one we've already fought?
It's a good question.
Yes.
Oh, and also, does it have new abilities?
Another good question.
Yes. Kind of. Yes. It's a lot harder. It's a lot harder. Gonna have fun. Yes. I'm ready to see the rip clips. I'm so ready. And I'm also ready to die to myself as well. Yeah.
Carve,
It does
what
have a minimum
percentage of
corruption.
players do you think could beat it?
Not very high.
Yeah. No,
One?
not very many.
One?
Not very many.
Yeah, like if 1,000 people beat regular Aberoth, how many of those 1,000 would be able to beat Uber Aberoth?
How much time do they
Probably
have?
I would probably go with a single digit. That's my
Wow.
guess, but it's a lot harder.
Aspirational content.
It is a
Okay.
very hard fight. Yes, we do not expect most people to be able to do it.
Did
Like,
Carve
you can
just say
keep
maybe
grinding.
9 people? 9? Single digit? Damn.
Of the 1,000.
Of the 1,000.
Yes, not total. Yeah.
Okay, that's like 1% of players that can kill Aberoth now will be able to kill Uber Aberoth.
That is what I am thinking. We had some technical difficulties at the beginning of the stream. Don't worry, I'm not terrified to go to the next scene. I'm sure it'll work fine. Please work fine. Please work fine. Moving on to our second scene for the Town Portal podcast.
Oh god, everything. Oh, that's fine.
Aaron, are you still there? Can you guys hear
I can't
Aaron?
hear Aaron. Oh no, where'd he go?
It is echoing. It is
We
echoing.
can hear you.
It's
It's
fine.
working. You're good.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
No, you. Oh, wait.
Wait,
really?
Hello.
We can hear Aaron just fine in the call.
Looks like EHG team can hear Aaron, but no one else can.
Hello.
That's our
Fixed.
team saying it.
it's
all right.
fixed.
We're good.
Okay,
Oh my.
we're in.
We're good.
I thought people were
Oh my
messing
gosh,
with you.
I thought you guys were playing a prank on me. I'm like, oh, very
Yeah.
funny. Yeah.
I mean, we were
Yeah, we
initially. It's a joke at the start.
I know.
Joke became real.
EHG, if you guys didn't hear, was gracious enough to give me 27 clips to show off on this extra screen. And we're going to go through these right now. If anybody wants to pause and comment, go ahead. So we're going to look at some skill. We're going to start off with some MTXs. Chthonic Fissure.
And with these, you guys will notice some of our environment and lighting improvements as well. Like these folks have some good updates for them.
I love these so much. Just the variations that come in.
Chthonic Fissure is already so cool looking that it's like, you
Yes.
know, it's like double. Moving on. Okay. I feel like people are going to be like, no way. Are you guys ready for this? I think this is my favorite one.
Yeah, this one's sweet.
Anybody a fan of hammers? It's so good. It looks so good.
Yeah, some
We're
of the
so
things
excited that we can do these now. This
I'm
is something that
pretty
we've
sure
been
we-
wanting to do for a very long time, and we just didn't have the tech to do skill skins.
Very,
I'm pretty sure we just said build for so many people.
I know.
They're
it's
so cool.
We were talking about it. Like, should we base our build based upon the skill MTX? I know. All right, moving on. And a couple of these are smaller. They're not all exciting like hammers. Cherry Blossom Evade.
The little evade effects, I think, are some of my favorites. Actually, you just
They feel
like
good.
the subtle little touches.
Oh, worth noting on Evade this season, it's a lot more responsive. A bunch of offline
Yes.
bugs with are fixed. It's just better.
Okay. Moving on. Cosmic Smite. And just so you're aware, maybe I've tested this, that if you're using you could use a skill MTX and to trigger another skill and use that MTX, so these can all be combined.
Yeah, I do love having the visual connection between skills in the cosmetics as well.
We don't happen to have a clip of triggering Smite with hammer throw, any chance? That would be so nice.
No, we don't have that.
I'll have to use your imagination for now then, I guess.
Right? Moving
You're in-
on.
yeah, Your
Yeah.
MTX also applies to skill shrines as well. Just a small thing, but it also applies to any skill that you gain from skill shrines.
Oh, that's pretty cool. That
And
is pretty
you
cool.
can equip lots of skill MTX all at the same time, not just one for each slot that you have equipped either.
Sorry, everybody. I know sometimes the volume's high, sometimes it's low. Each clip is a different volume. All right, moving on. Volatile Reversal Cosmic.
Nice.
Whoa! It's pretty cool. Pretty neat. And we continue. Okay, guys. This is Dragon Claw Rive. I've been playing so much Primalist, I swear I see swipe when I look at this. Tell me unless I'm losing my mind, which I probably am.
I can see it.
You can see it?
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, for the first 2 swings, yeah.
Yeah.
This is Rive. Dragon Claw Rive. Okay. Eterra's Messenger Wings backslot. These ones don't have any audio. You guys probably don't know this. I'm not a wings guy. I never wear wings, so the chat always gives me crap when they see wings. Okay.
You have to have some sort of bet that you can lose to us and force you to wear wings.
They always do that. I'm a wings man now. Chat's going crazy. Moving on. Okay. This is actually, in my opinion, Carve, the best one when it's automatically triggering Smite. The Warpath. Holy Warpath.
It'll hunt you down if you use this while playing Void Knight with Warpath.
Don't buy it. Don't do it.
Right.
Against the TOS.
Okay. Warpath. Spin to win. Moving on. Login screen. So MTX, historically, if you look at Season 0, Season 1, your MTX was not actually shown on your login screen. Now it is.
Quick question about the ability MTXs. I'm like, I don't typically get MTX, but ability MTX I'm super into. So is this something that you will plan to have on possibly every ability one day? And even going further, will there be multiple for each ability one day?
Yeah, I think it's a very high likelihood that we get all abilities and then multiple per abilities. It's one of these things that we are really excited about internally. We're constantly getting into calls and geeking out about just things that we can do now that we have this tech. Some of the ones that I'm most excited about are like the Minion skill reskins, but of course those are the hardest to or the most resource intensive to actually create and implement. But I want a Phoenix flying around that's a Falcon, or I want like there's just so many cool things that we could do with the Minion reskinning. And on our last podcast, people were they want to see the capybara in one of these slots as well. Yeah. Definitely, we will be implementing a lot more skill MTX. If you guys have any ideas for those that you would like to see, we're pretty easy to convince right now. So if you guys have any ideas or suggestions, feel free to go to our Discord or our Reddit or our forums and make those suggestions. And it's just something that we're looking to figure out what the catalog is going to look like long term. We'll be adding a lot more.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the goal is definitely to pick a theme and have enough with the skills you're using to put together a nice theme. Like if you're essentially using Warpath, you should be able to put together a sort of teal theme, like a Death Knight theme, like that, that sort of stuff. We're also adding for the different colors that we have here, we're adding different hit, flash, and death V effects for it as well, so that if you have red lightning blast, you don't have the blue hit flash and things like that. So we've added a lot of that this season as well.
So
We
I
have
also give you audio sometimes too.
I figured you guys knew this question was going to come. I could see it going in the chat over and over again. People want to spend money that only play offline. Is there any plans to bring cosmetics to the offline crew?
yeah, it's something we know people want. We'll do it.
Nice.
Consider it written, consider it done. Moving on. New Lightning Blast.
Yeah, and just to reiterate, like Ross said earlier, we now have Lightning Blast where it actually chains, and it feels so much better. This is it's just a little recolor here, but it feels really cool in game.
Yeah, so it's some skills work well with just a very basic recolor. You know, with some skill effects here, we've created a theme for it, and it's like something new. And with others, simple recolors are actually quite effective. And this is an example of that.
People say this is how you become a Sith Lord, right here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right?
And we also do have, you mentioned earlier about some skills getting multiple conversions. We do have some already that'll have multiple conversions. Like there's multiple Lightning Blast conversions, I think.
Okay. Okay, somebody in chat literally a few seconds ago said, hey, can we get a reskin for wolves? They must have heard you.
Yep.
This is unbelievable. Unbelievable. What happens if I take squirrels? No, just somebody
What
walk
does
me
happen
through
if somebody
this.
takes? I think if you take squirrels, it does go to squirrels.
No,
Or
it
no, it
does-
always
does
defaults to
it?
MTX. It goes to MTX. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, so the squirrels will show up as smaller dogs. Is that right, guys?
Is that
Oh, that's
I think
true?
cool.
MTX wins.
I don't think they're small dogs. No.
Oh my
we-
gosh. I will switch my starting build if I get these as squirrels.
I'm gonna ask the team right now.
They'll just
It's
turn
not
into
like
bees.
a squirrels themed like this. That doesn't happen.
But
So-
we did talk about this recently.
So this is a Pestilent Hound Summon Wolf Skill MTX. Now people are saying hell squirrels. Hey, by the way, since we're speaking of squirrels, when are we going to get that void conversion for squirrels that we get out of the shrine? You guys must get that question all the time, too. That's fine.
Mike, what do you
The
think?
Primalist theming itself doesn't lend itself well to a actual void powered skill. There's not enough support in the Primalist tree to actually give a void skill to Primalist right now.
That's
Yeah.
fair. We'll just do void bees then. All right. Moving on. This is the Hatchery Portal. Hatchery Portal.
This one's one of my favorites.
You like this one?
Yeah.
Okay.
We need a Leroy situation. We need to use that egg and that dragon to like run through and break them and stuff.
That's exactly what it should be.
Yeah.
That was one of our Woven Echo plans that didn't quite get across the line, unfortunately.
Oh, jeez. Rainbow Evade.
Might be coming.
Is there a chest at the end of the evade?
Yeah, right.
Some treasure?
Shattered Frostclaw. Shattered Frostclaw.
The shattered ones are so good.
Oh yeah.
You like
That'll be
this
a
one?
popular one.
People are gonna.
There's a few themes like this, and they're all really good.
I like the sound too. It's good. Okay. Shattered Meteor. Judd's favorite.
Cool.
And Meteor's another one that's got multiple MTX options for it.
It was hilarious when Mike said on a Friday dev stream that skill MTX is coming. We all knew that there was at least one Meteor. We knew it. Like,
oh yeah, of course.
Of course.
If I could have pushed 6 through, we
Correct.
would've.
Correct.
It was the only guarantee.
It was the only guarantee. If you guys don't know it, top dog at EHG Judd. His favorite skill is Meteor. Okay.
Always has been.
This is the Slack Hopper Pet, and I'm hoping one of you could tell me what's flying in and out of its shell.
Those are little frogs with wings.
I was like,
Friend.
is that what it
They,
is? It's a frog?
Yeah. They live inside that shell. They're a mutually beneficial relationship.
Oh, nice. There's lore behind it.
Little symbiote.
Oh, it's a frog fairy.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
I can't get over how the eyes pop out.
The eyes are
at
good.
the
The eyes are
here.
good.
Yeah.
I didn't even notice the eyes popping out. Hold on a second. Oh yeah, they do pop out. It's like a turtle head. All right. Now we are moving over to Twitch drops, and there's a couple other ones in here. So come April 17th, your favorite creator, if you gift a sub or do one tier 1 sub, I don't know if Prime sub works, guys. This is the support a creator unique. It is the Corrupted Maelstrom.
I don't think Prime subs worked last time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Primes don't work. All right. So tier 1 or 1 gifted, you can get Corrupted Maelstrom. All right. Next, this is a free Twitch drop. I know total Twitch drops is 6 hours. I don't remember which one unlocks where, but this is the Twitch drop for Crimson Smite.
That's cool.
This is so cool.
Yeah.
I know I like this one a lot. I love that you guys did a couple for Smite too, because it's just like a skill that's used. So like everybody uses Smite, right? Smart. All right. Holy Shuriken. Again,
I really like this one
Twitch drop.
because like it's so hard to see the base shurikens, and this one, if you want to see exactly where they're going, this one's so visible. Some people don't want to see where they're going either, but yeah, if you do really want to see where they're going,
So you're
high
saying this is
visibility.
pay to win right here. If you want to see where they're going, this is the pay to win MTX.
I mean, if you could control where they were going, sure, but they have a mind of their own.
Next, Rip Blood. There's one of these out of order. I'll show at the end. Rip Blood Twitch drop. Holy Lightning Blast Twitch drop.
I think I just really like the lightning moves.
Lightnings always look good.
I also see the new chaining here.
Oh, you can see the new chaining in it. All right, I'll let this one play for a sec.
There's a small delay. It feels so much better now. Like very tiny chance of chaining on it,
Yep.
and it just feels so much better.
Because it used to be that you'd cast it and it would just kind of create a web. That little tactical feel just feels way better.
Okay. I think the last one, which is not a Twitch drop. Yes, Void Walker's Gaze Helmet. Ooh.
Oh, wow.
Some sparkly eyes.
That one's too scary. Too scary. All right. Now, EHG sent me, I believe, an additional 5 clips that I don't have queued up like this. They came in late, but that's okay. So the first one I want to show, and we can finally confirm. Judd's very happy.
Do it.
Meteor.
Sticking around.
Meteor.
The BTOR.
What?
The beat here.
Those are bees?
Those
They are. It's like a big
bees.
comb. It's like a big hive that comes down and splashes honey.
So
and
your
you see all the
meteor
bees
turns
as a
in.
big-
Yes, exactly. The B tier.
It's real.
Now that's an MTX. Someone says in chat. I like this. It's like this one's really good. Just the way it looks. That is awesome. Hey,
No, it's cool. It's
Mike,
cool.
I don't know if you know this. What if you take like, oh my, look at that pause right there. Oh,
Nice.
that looks so good. What happens if you take like meteorites?
Oh.
Does it transfer the meteorites too into small?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's a reskin of the spawn sub skills.
So all of the skill MTX, it doesn't matter where you go on the tree, you're still going to be able to see the visual.
It should all work. Yeah.
Starship.
If we miss something, that's something that's got to get fixed.
No, I got you. Okay, that just popped in my head because I was thinking about like if you're dropping 100 of these all the time, like that would be very, very cool.
It's also a big reason why it takes so long to make MTX4 skills, because we have so many different ways to modify them, and then we need to like figure out how the MTX is going to look on those as well.
Okay. All right. The B Meteor is real. Okay. The other things that were sent to me is we have some examples of the new controller support and the new WASD movement. All right. Controller support and the new WASD movement. And some of this stuff
real
we could
quick,
talk to. Go ahead.
Aaron, before you start, I don't know if I dreamt this, but is there a Heartseeker cosmetic also?
Correct. Yes. Sorry.
Yes. Okay, great. All right, that's just how to make sure, because I remember seeing it and being like, oh, I want that. And I just wanted to make sure that definitely is in the game. Because again, I like bow stuff, and glad to know there's a Heartseeker cosmetic. All right.
Yes, it's like this blue, chain. I don't know how to describe it. It's like it looks like a blue chain. Like you're playing Scorpion. Get over here. It's kind of what it looks. It's really cool looking.
Nice. All
right, everybody. This clip was sent to me. It is 20 seconds. I haven't even watched it. This is experimental WASD. I don't even know if there's audio. Let's see.
Yeah, this is showing how you actually get to the options to change the controls.
A very long and involved process.
Yes.
Is there reading involved?
Now you just see the photon captured warpath. And this does actually have options. So you can, in the settings, you can change if the warpath is going to follow your cursor when you're using WASD, or actually just following your input. That was kind of a divisive thing internally how we should do it, and people had very specific preferences there, and so we made that an option. So,
and just remember, everybody, that EHG, putting this in as beta. So this is for people that really love WASD, is going to have that option, and in the future it'll continuously get better.
Nice.
Yeah, we heard from the player base, those that have tried out WASD on other games really enjoyed that, and they're like, I don't know if I'll ever be able to go back to not having WASD as the main control schema. And we're like, okay, let's see how hard this would be to prototype and get in. And with a quick prototype, we pretty quickly understood that it already felt pretty good, and so we invested the additional time in season 2 to get the control schemas and stuff like that set up. So we're excited to hear people's feedback on this. We'll be looking for it.
Sweet. Okay. The next clip is, what is this? Puncture before and after. Puncture before and after. This is
gamepad targeting. This is the first time I'm seeing this video too, but this is, I believe what is on the left is probably what's on live versus what exists in season 2.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's watch the video.
Here we go.
Yeah, so what we've done here is we've actually added some target memory. So previously on the gamepad, it would be that if you start to hit an enemy, say that you shoot an arrow towards an enemy, and then you have to start kiting that enemy, you'd have to flick the joystick back and forth to shoot in that direction, and then start kiting again, turn back, shoot in that direction. Now, if there is not a new target recognized in the direction that you are running, shooting that arrow will instead just turn around very quickly and shoot without you having to do it manually. And it helps the flow of gamepad combat just very, very significantly.
This is huge. This is like this is completely changing the entire gameplay feel for somebody using a controller. Like, that's massive.
Yeah. It helps an absolute ton. It helps an absolute ton.
Wow.
And there's all sorts of settings for different contexts and specializations for like every combination of all those things. And because there's so many situations you can be in and so many combinations, it is something that we're going to be looking at feedback for very closely to get outlying and special cases where people are like, when I've taken these 6 nodes together and I'm in this very specific scenario of combat, it does something weird. And we're like, cool. No one thought to.
Mike's referring to the skill targeting updates that we've made. So the team put a lot of work into this. We've essentially made all these different paradigms for how skills can or should act in combat. And we've mapped all of the skills and all of the nodes that maybe or should change the way that targeting functions with the gamepad. And so now, I mean, the update makes gamepad play. It's just I can't even emphasize how much better it is with these changes. What it also allows us to do is to make changes to those paradigms that we're mapping to these skills very quickly. It's very standardized. So if there is an instance where people feel like one of these abilities could be controlled better or differently that would make it feel better, we can get that feedback and we can make that change much, much more rapidly than we did before. So yeah, these are phenomenal gamepad improvements.
Man, and
Yeah,
I thought
those are pretty-
gamepad was already good. Like I always thought you guys.
It's getting there. It's getting there for sure. People are already enjoying it, but you know, we still see a lot of opportunity to improve that. We really want when you swap to gamepad for it to feel natively like it was made for the gamepad. We're making really good progress there. It's feeling pretty good at the moment, but still more to do. More to do.
Now, Judd, if I'm using my controller playing on gamepad and then I set down my controller and I grab my keyboard and mouse, will it work seamlessly?
Yeah. So you can hot swap between gamepad and keyboard and mouse. Pretty cool.
Nice.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. Very nice. What? I wasn't sure. So I
right.
just asked a simple question. All right.
And I will say this is a huge DPS increase, this change too.
If you're not someone who is going to manually twitch super fast to go and do these same types of actions, it is a DPS improvement, yes.
Okay. Ballista armed construction. Again, I have not seen this. If one of you guys want to.
This is just
Yeah,
Ballista targeting based on context, so it knows that it wants
yes,
to put
yes,
them
yes.
near enemies because it's going to explode when it dies.
Okay,
Yep.
so
Yeah.
normally if you just summoned Ballista, it would summon next to you. But in this case, since you've taken Ballista in a certain way, it goes next to the enemy, correct?
Correct. So it used to be that if you had a target focused in the live version of Last Epoch right now, it would just summon the Ballista at the target's location, which would quickly end up in the enemy's swarming it and dispatching it, which is not a great way to play Ballista. Now, if you are targeting something, it knows to put the Ballista next to you or away from that group of enemies. But if you take this node where you would typically want the Ballista to be right in the middle of all the combat, it knows to do that. So it's just another example of the different paradigms that we've executed on for these abilities.
Okay. And the last one. This is Ballista before and after.
Okay, there you go.
Oh, well, I got it. Oh, and this is when it's, I see. So on the left-hand screen, you are putting the Ballista around all the enemies for it to die. And on the right screen, it's staying close to you. So you're actually shooting it at range.
Correct. And it's every single ability in the game. So like these are just a couple examples, but everything has been touched. So if you have a certain build in mind and you're like, oh, these don't really apply to me, they absolutely do.
Something that a skill that at least when I'm streaming Last Epoch, people talk about a lot is using a controller and Fury Leap. I don't know if anybody has any experience with that, but I think
yes.
I don't know.
So what that does now is that if there is a recognized target, it will Fury Leap you to the target, and if not, it'll take you as far as the maximum allowed range will take you for that skill.
Okay. All right. Awesome. Well, I've got a couple of other extra little things to show off here. I know people have already seen a lot of them, but I thought, why not look at some unique items? Why not look at some unique items? Maybe not everybody has seen all of them yet, so we picked some ones that haven't been released prior to the patch notes, and I thought we could look at some of these together. So the first one is Downfall of the Righteous. Now, all of these items that we're going to show right now are shown with their maximum rolls, and you'll see the roll ranges. And what this is Mike, should I let you I know you worked on this, didn't you, Mike?
Yeah, I worked on this one. Yeah.
want-
Yeah. this is a supporter unique actually. And so yeah, it's meant to get that like that curse play style, scaling curse damage. It's focused around Witchfire. You're like splitting usually fire and necrotic damage. I think it's just really fun, unique that kind of lets you sort of unlock new damage source in that tree.
For any Warlock fans out there, with this new relic, you're going to get in the implicit fire resistance and curse damage. You're also going to get up to 15% increased damage. You're also going to get leech from your damage over time, necrotic and fire. You're also going to get more curse damage. Witchfire deals deals multiplicative damage equal to 66% of your increased curse damage. And again, that's multiplicative. But on top of that, while you have both Ignite Overload and Damned Overload, enemies within 10 meters are infected with Witchfire every second. This item is sick. We were reading through the patch notes and talking about some changes to Warlock, and I'm like, guys, there's something coming. There's something really, really nice. New Witchfire.
It's very powerful.
Yeah, we are last minute. We are adding a visual effect so that the 10-meter area is actually shown here. That helps with the feel of it a lot, because without that, it doesn't feel as satisfying.
Wait a second. So when I put on Downfall of the Righteous on my Warlock, there is going to be a ring around me that shows where the enemies will get Witchfired?
Correct.
One of the many skills that have a ring dealing damage over time to enemies that go into it, yes.
Wow. Okay. That is very, very cool. Brilliant, people are saying in chat. All right, moving on to an Acolyte relic. This is Unearthed Memories. Wandering Spirits is centered on a gravestone at the target location instead of you. The gravestone grants allies within 12 meters 15% multiplicative necrotic damage over time against cursed enemies. Increased reveal rate for Wandering Spirits, 12 to intelligence. What is a gravestone? Does anybody...
like you go to a graveyard and there's like lots of the
gravestones.
What is
I know what a gravestone is. I didn't mean it like that. I mean, like, what does this actually pull up a gravestone like? Is there a new visual in the game for it?
Yeah.
I think so.
There's so many new uniques, it's impossible to target them all. It's fine. Wandering Spirits is centered on a gravestone.
There is a new visual.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very, very cool. No, Mike knows. It's all right. Leaks. Moving on to unique number 3. Soul of the Mountain. Soul of the Mountain. Now, lately, we've been playing some Machine Gun Spriggan on stream, and maybe or maybe not, we are preparing for a new Primalist relic, which is this. So with the Soul of the Mountain, you're going to get 1 max Veil Spirits per your 15 attunement. Spirit Thorns has 3% less cast speed per Veil Spirit. Gain a Veil Spirit every second while in Spriggan form. Increased health regen, increased spell critical strike chance, poison, and physical resistance. And the implicit is Leech. People in chat are saying, oh my gosh, so many builds to play. I know. That's what I'm saying. I know.
The minion leech here, I think, is really the important part, because it's like it's that passive healing.
Yep. Moving on. Who does anybody want to talk about this one? The Descent Smite. This is one where people were like, no freaking way. I don't even know if you guys can see it. My belt. Yeah, I know you guys like this one.
Just to note, the mana potion portion of this cannot crit.
I see. I will read it. This new belt, 45% chance to cast Smite on hit, maximum 6 per 10 seconds. This cooldown resets when you use a potion. Using a potion restores Volatile Reversal's cooldown. With at least 50 intelligence, Volatile Reversal deals 20% multiplicative void damage. With less than 50 intelligence, Volatile Reversal is converted to fire. Up to 25 intelligence, increased chance to find potions, 55%. Mana gained on potion use. Everyone's like, my fire VR. Now, while we're looking at this item, I thought we could talk for a second about your guys' vision on roll ranges inside of uniques. And I bring that up because this item specifically can roll 4 to 25 intelligence. How does that what makes you think, or even like,
roll ranges are exciting, right?
I like roll.
Yeah, we like roll ranges internally. I think we were kind of conservative in this regard early on, and I think we are loosening up on making roll ranges lower minimums, higher maximums. Yeah.
What about negative?
You already have
no.
those.
We do have that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it depends on the type of stat it is as well. Intelligence is one of those stats that it's like it lends itself really well to this like big range. And there's certain other things that'll be on items where like the mechanic needs to be a certain level of consistency to feel like it's doing something or have an impact. That roll range will be tightened up a fair bit as well. So it's like it does depend on what the stat is a lot, but where we can do longer or bigger ranges, we are doing that a lot of times. And we sometimes in like that's one of the things that we let creators with like supporter uniques have influence over quite a bit is the roll ranges. We ask quite often like how big do you want the roll ranges on your item to be?
And what's cool about that now is we also have an extra tool on our tool belt to be able to re-roll the ranges with unique items, including the implicits. So that's pretty neat as well.
Which lets us open up the ranges even more as well.
I see. Crystal Wind. Now we're looking at a new quiver that is coming. This is a high-end quiver. This is level 77. And on here, for this new quiver, you guys get ready for your Heartseeker marksmans. The implicits are armor, chance to shred armor on hit, and armor shred effect. Gain 4 stacks of Crystal Wind per second while moving, and 4 stacks when you evade, maximum 8. Directly using a bow attack consumes up to 4 stacks of Crystal Wind to deal 15% multiplicative damage per stack. 75% chance to slow bosses and rare enemies on hit per stack. Chance to petrify other enemies on hit per stack of Crystal Wind consumed. 10% increase movement speed, up to 10% increase cooldown speed. Who wants to talk about petrify?
It's very similar to stun and freeze. I definitely wasn't being silent waiting for what it was because I couldn't remember anything.
It's been
they do get a visual like a skin that goes over them, like turning them to stone that locks them in place.
This is like Majasa's ability, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Petrify
I like this.
coming.
I'm a big fan of this item.
Yeah. One thing to note here is that a lot of oftentimes we have uniques that have their like own like subtypes that you cannot drop normally outside of the unique. This is an actual, I believe, new Quiver subtype that isn't limited to the unique. So it's just a new endgame Quiver subtype as well.
Very cool.
I'll double check that.
You're checking it right at Petrify?
No, if that subtype is droppable.
I'm pretty
yes,
sure
it does drop naturally, yeah.
Countenance of Majasa. This is a new Iron Glass Shield. By the way, earlier somebody was begging me to ask you guys to put in shield cosmetics. So this is just me saying that I would promise to do it. So now I've done it. A new shield coming. This is level 72. So in the implicits, you've got block chance and block effectiveness. Each second, every enemy looking at you has up to a 20% chance to be petrified for 2 seconds. So if I've got a minion army and the enemies are fighting my minions, they're not looking at me, right? Is that the idea behind this? Looking at me.
I think it's just comparing the rotation. So I think it's doing blocking line of sight, it still works.
Yeah, Holly can probably confirm. I just assumed it was aggro, but Holly can confirm.
Okay.
It's where the enemy is looking at.
When you block an enemy's hit, Got it. When you block an enemy's hit, it has up to a 20% chance to be petrified for 2 seconds. 30% of block effectiveness applied to damage over time, as if it's been blocked. 600 block effectiveness. It is pretty. Some of these uniques are pretty cool.
The chance to petrify, just a note at the top, that 20% it's an up to 20%. So like boss and rares, it's significantly less.
Got it. But technically, you could petrify a boss.
Yeah.
This might be it might be getting a nerf in the future. I think the legendary potential level on this is pretty low, so that might get changed in some time in the future. But it's a very powerful unique. So
we need this to petrify Uber Aberoth.
Not for season 2. For season 2, it'll stay this way.
Yes,
Okay.
It'll go untouched this season for sure. Yes.
Now
maybe even double it.
Literally everyone's screaming at Carve now in the chat. Don't nerf it yet. Okay, this is one. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Yeah,
No,
one
okay.
slight tangent on effects like Petrify and Freeze. One thing we're working on at the moment is an update to Freeze. So visually, that'll look better on enemies, and we're looking into having enemies shatter into chunks of ice on death and things like that. These sort of elements have a big combat feel improvement because you can tie in a bunch of like audio cues to that sort of stuff as well, which is very satisfying.
Nice.
Just wanted to put that out here. It's one thing we're looking at the moment.
So there's been a lot of changes to the feel of combat coming up.
Yeah.
We're constantly working on this.
Nice.
I think Judd mentioned this earlier on. We are working on some core animator updates for player characters. This will give us a lot more control over things like changing the running animation depending on your movement speed. We're looking at lean animations for when your character's turning.
Oh, nice.
We're looking at attack recovery and movement blending, so that the stutter step you see, but if you're moving forward and using swipe or rive, that'll look a bit smoother. And of course, we're just looking at updating general animations as well.
Looking is conservative. We are actively doing this, and they are awesome.
Even better.
Yeah, just be careful. Just being careful.
It's just for sure. But they're really good updates the team is making. For the future,
and just on the combat feel side of things, regarding sound effects as well, we're working on improving the overall sound mix there, so that you should be hearing things coming through better, with that particular focus on hit sounds there as well.
Okay.
That shield as well, just a note, it is the legendary potential level on it is lower than its level. So it is easier to get LP than most level 72 uniques.
I was going to move off the shield. Chad is laughing, saying the look on Carve's face. Carve knows it's broken, and he's already pre-nerfing it. It's super funny. He knows it. He doesn't
We should just dual wield shields.
You can do that. Well, kind of. You kind of do that. All right, everybody. This is one I have been biting my tongue about for, I don't know, since I found out of its existence. This is Mantle of the Pale Ox. This is a brand new body armor unique. And on here, it's unbelievable. 24% of damage redirected to your highest health minion, up to 24%. 32% increased health for you and your minions, up to 10% movement speed, 16 to strength, and up to 2 strength, or up to 2 minion skills strength minions.
And for anyone wondering, no, this does not work with Falcon, because Falcon doesn't take damage.
Yeah, this doesn't work with Falcon. Nice try. But maybe my summon bear build, Carve, would this work with my summon bear?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think that's a strength minion, isn't it?
It is. Yeah. You know what sucks though? I plan on using this, but the bear set also has a chest, which I feel like you guys probably thought of that, knowing that using this with the set. So then I gotta think about it. But anyways, yes, this new Mantle of the Pale Ox, that if you are any person using a single minion build, 24% of damage redirected to your highest health minion. Very, very cool.
Jeez. The 1 to 2 range on the strength minion skills. So like if you get like a 3 LP, but it's like 1, that's a lot less value than if it happens to roll a 2 on there.
This is
just thinking about that.
Carve, can this roll 3 LP? Is that you think that's no way? Right?
I mean, everything can. It's a different question if it will. So yeah.
All right. Moving on.
I don't remember what the
LPL is flat.
It's flat?
Yeah.
Oh, so you can get 2 LP on it for sure. All right, everybody. This is the final unique to show off. This is Grasp of the Blood Mage. On here, you've got in the implicit armor, increased cooldown, recovery speed, and some other stats. Up to 25% of hit damage taken from bosses and rare enemies is dealt over 5 seconds or 4 seconds. So good. Chance to bleed on spell hit, leech on spell hit, spell crit chance, and 250% of mana spent reflected to damage as you.
To you as damage.
To you as damage. Yes. Bleed smite, people are saying. So this is a new affix, right? 250% of mana spent reflected to you as damage.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't think it exists anywhere else. I think, yeah.
Okay.
So going like mana reduction is actually a defensive.
This top affix is what makes this extremely strong. So instead of all the damage, you get hit and you're one shot and you're dead. 25% of all hit damage taken from bosses and rare is dealt over 4 seconds. It kind of saves you from getting one shot, or it gives you time to react with, potions or whatever you need to do. Very, 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 very powerful unique. So everybody, that is 27 different clips we have looked at and 8 new uniques coming. Judd, do you know off the top of your head, how many new uniques and weavers are we getting?
Is it 11 for the Weavers, guys?
I think it's something 20 total.
That sounds
Yeah,
right.
yeah, it's 25 overall. It might be slightly less than Weaver as well than you said, Judd. Maybe 8, but perhaps.
Okay, yeah.
Just a quick note on the damage from the reflected damage from mana. That cannot be reduced from damage mitigation stuff.
Okay. Got it.
2 damage.
Big damage. All right. The final scene. God, please work. Let's put EHG on the hot seat. All right. Hello. No echo. Everyone can hear me.
Testing.
All right.
Big chair.
It doesn't even matter. I don't believe it, whatever you guys say anyways. All right. Here we go. We have now put EHG between 2 portals. This is the final scene for Town Portal Podcast, episode 10. Frosty, hit him.
Okay. Can we go back to the shield real quick? No. So, I mean, God, I just want to know this. If you have, I know you're getting rid of the volatile zombies on potions and belts. Now they're bees. What happens to the old ones in your bags? Are they changed, or do they have now they're super powerful because they still have volatile zombies?
The bees.
They're bees now?
The bees.
They are
They're
changed,
bees.
yes.
Okay.
Everything updates retroactively like that.
Okay. What are the chances you guys will drop the update today or tomorrow?
Oh,
Not very likely.
0.
All right.
damn. I almost had a chance of playing. Okay. Oh, jeez.
I got some lore tidbits here. When a zombie gets old enough, it turns into a bee. So
Oh, there we
Oh
go.
my gosh.
Canon.
What is everyone's spec that they're going to be starting this season with? You can,
Heartseeker, 100%.
Yes.
This is, this is a reference to the old Diablo 2 guided arrow. I think a lot of ARPG players understand that. We were super excited to get the chance to take that as a base and bring it into a new era. Heartseeker is going to be super cool. So Heartseeker for me.
Okay. Wait, Judd, are you going to do Fire Heartseeker, Cold Heartseeker, Triggering Puncture Heartseeker, Throwing Heartseeker?
Yeah, I'm still debating here. I really want to try just going full physical. I'm debating whether I should do. So you've got the multi-shot node that makes it to where you can up front damage is increased by 75%. I'm not going to take that. I'm going to take Heartseeker, and then I'm just going to be able to spam multi-shot from the back line. So I think I'm going to try to go full physical and crit to begin with, but we'll see.
Okay.
I think I'm gonna change your mind right now. There's a on the fire conversion. There's a buff that grants you fire spell damage, and there's a belt that may or may not drop a meteor on enemies. Right?
I'm going fire.
And and you can turn Heartseeker to provide you mana on hit. So
Okay. And there's no nerfing once this goes in, right?
Correct.
Unless it's a bug.
Good. No, it's fine. Not a Heartseeker. Heartseeker would be bugged. Let it be.
That's actually a good idea, Carve, because then with you could actually scale it as spell.
yeah, and then you use a dragon song to get the dragon song procs.
Yep,
You get the meteor
exactly.
procs, and then you use it to generate your mana. Yeah.
So then all you need is just a high crit chance to drop your meteors. That's a good idea.
Yeah.
With enough recurve chance, like you don't even need that high of a crit chance to just pretty frequently get crits.
Yeah.
And what else are you guys playing? I think Ross, Mike, what are your starters?
Yeah, well, I've changed it a couple of times. If the change for the Witchfire unique does, it does have that area, I'm probably playing Warlock there. I just need to check that change got in because it was a last minute addition. Hopefully it's not in hotfix. And if that's in, that's what I'm playing.
I'm sure it's on the last page of patch notes.
Oh, nice.
We should read those out.
Yes.
I'm probably going physical bleed Heartseeker. That's my plan.
I'm gonna do the build that I wanted to play, but I just couldn't bear with the volatile reversal stuff. So I'm probably gonna start with the monostacking Judgment Paladin with an aura, and then just run
Just
around.
say you're starting Righteous Fire. Just say you're gonna try and do it. We know.
I can't. No. You'll judge me, so I can't say that.
All right, you're right. I guess that's fair. That's fair.
I mean, it's a judgment, so it makes sense.
Was that everyone? That was everyone, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
What are you starting with?
guys. You made the decision to allow us to respec our mastery, which is something that EHG in the past wasn't sure they wanted to do. What about maybe letting our pets be able to pick up gold? Not anything else. We got to pick up the shards, and we got to pick up the keys, and we got to look at the loot, and we got to click on the woven echoes. But maybe, that capybara's got a gold pack on its back, and the loot lizard pet has a gold pack on its back. What about maybe pets pick up gold?
If we ever were to do that, and I don't think we currently have plans to do that, we would have some way of providing everyone a pet that would do that for free.
Okay.
Correct.
So I don't think we are planning to do that.
Okay. Out of all of you, who's most likely to be taking down Uber Aberoth this season?
Oh, that's a good one.
Oh,
Mike,
it's
you're saying?
It's
Carl.
probably not a good one.
It's not going to be you, Mike? No?
Down to Carve that way.
Carve. Okay. All right.
Carve.
I mean, that's fair. Unfair. I'm already done it, but
Oh, that isn't fair. All right. Who's the next? Who's next on the line?
I'll race you guys.
There you go.
You'll see me die on
Okay.
the ladder for sure.
Oh,
On my
for
way
sure.
there. Yeah.
Something
For
that gets
sure.
brought up pretty frequently is the thoughts around hideouts and being able to provide EHG with an endless flow of money by allowing us to kind of have that end of the world completion area be almost like a mini hideout where we can decorate it and make it look cool. Any thoughts on hideouts?
We have had conversations about this. It is something that we are warm to. There's a lot of technology that would go into creating a hideout hub type system. It would be unlike other hideout hub systems that you guys have seen if we do it. But yeah, there's discussions. There's talks internally about potential there.
Okay, very cool.
Are you currently working on any spell cosmetics that aren't going to make it into the new season, but they're definitely being worked on right now? And what are they?
There are definitely some that are being worked on right now.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm unsure. We could talk about specifics.
Okay. I mean, it's just us. It's no one else is here.
Correct.
Right.
Very private.
Yeah, we'll pass on that one for now.
Okay.
Okay, no worries. I would love when Mike is streaming on Friday to be able to go hostile and we could duel and have some fun in PvP. Any thoughts, not non-serious PvP, not like we're stealing each other's loot. Any idea for like dueling or anything like that in the future for PvP?
It's something that we've always wanted. It's one of those things that we really just need to have it be like a few day project where we get a couple developers to go and prototype that, because I don't think it would actually be very hard to implement a dueling system. Now, the concern with any type of PvP in a game like this is as soon as you say PvP, people have expectations, some higher than others.
Yep.
And as soon as you add expectations in PvP into an action RPG centered around character power and loot, balance is very, very hard. I think if we could set expectations correctly, entering something like a dueling system would be very possible. We need to have like a weekend jam on something like that.
Very cool.
Okay. This is another each of you question. Are you starting this season on Legacy or Season? And are you going Merchant's Guild or Circle of Fortune?
Oh, wow.
Season COF.
Season COF, yeah. Yep.
Season
Solo
Merchant Guild.
hardcore. Yeah, solo hardcore TOF, of course. I need to get those.
All right.
Death
Nice.
notifications.
All good.
Yeah.
Good answers.
Judd, the top dog, the initial person, the first person to put out the Reddit post, the reason why this game exists. Since the Kickstarter days, Last Epoch has come so far. It's been like kind of one of the more favorite things as we watch the Kickstarter video to just see how the game has progressed and what you guys have done, which is just truly incredible. Do you feel like the vision that you had for Last Epoch is truly coming to fruition in Season 2?
Yeah, it's incredible to have started where we started and be here. It's really surreal in a whole lot of ways. For those that don't know, Last Epoch started as a Reddit post in 2017, where I wanted to make the next great action RPG and found a bunch of really passionate people. I was really fortunate to find, skilled developers and artists and musicians that were excited about, potentially taking that journey with me. And then my goal has always been to get a bunch of die-hard ARPG enthusiasts together so we can get into a room and debate what the best systems for an action RPG could possibly be. Just get a bunch of people that love it, know it deeply, debate what's going to be the best, and we have fostered a team that is exactly that. And so the vision for the game, it continues to evolve. It will continue to evolve going forward. But I think as long as we have the right people in here and we can have really good, healthy debates as a team, we will consistently make good decisions to make the game great. So yeah, I think it's going in the right
I love it. So cool. So awesome.
Well, yeah.
I don't know if
I got one more thing
Go
here.
ahead.
I mean, speaking of the vision and future vision of the game, are you guys planning on like this season coming out? It's like an expansion. Are you ever going to make like an expansion to the game, or are you just going to keep it as is and just do huge changes when it needs to be, seasons when it needs to be? Also, for people who own the game, are you going to ever charge for an expansion coming up, or are you still going with the $35, which is pretty damn reasonable these days,
Sure.
going forward?
Yeah, our goal is to make seasons at a faster pace and be able to monetize those in a way that keeps the studio financially healthy and growing. That is the goal. We're really hoping to see that Season 2 and the awesome things that we've added to this and the vast improvements we've made with the cosmetic system, cosmetics in general, the shop. We're hoping to see that is financially going to keep the studio in a really healthy spot. So that's the plan.
Nice.
Cool.
Very nice.
Frosty?
That's it. I mean, we went over a lot today, and I'm definitely excited to play. I personally am going to be getting that lightning cosmetic pack.
Right.
I just made lightning shaman totem dude recently, and I think it's going to look perfectly with it. Going Heartseeker when the game comes out, and I mean that's just my final words. I'm excited.
Okay,
Let's,
everybody. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
One thing we can do to wrap up here, because we did have the team say that the stretch build is QA'd and will get across the line. They have linked a really cool video of the new Monolith hub and some cool tech that we have there. I don't know, Aaron, would you be able to access that inside of our Discord channel? We have that, and then we have the additional patch notes as well.
Yeah, you think I can't get that all while we're sharing 6 screens and 6 audio sources? That's easy.
Yeah, no big deal. No big deal.
Yeah.
Not a problem at all. All right, everybody,
this
be
is
right
one
back.
That, we were,
Is that an
we were
echo
really
I'm
excited
hearing?
about this.
Don't say stuff like that.
Yeah. Oh, Aaron's gone?
No, not funny. All right, guys, they're going to be able to hear you but not see you for a second. 1 second.
Yeah, sounds good. Sounds good.
So we should make funny faces? Is that what you're saying?
This is the time to do it.
This video doesn't include the transitions and things like that, based on the one that Aldous posted.
No, it's just
Oh,
a little.
it doesn't. Oh, I thought this was
It's
going to
just a
show
little
all the
clip.
cool transitions.
It is a sweet.
Okay.
clip.
I mean, it still looks really nice. This is one look at the Monolith hub, but there's some really cool stuff as you go and you traverse through this area. That'll make it feel like you're hopping between timelines. But this is still good. It's a good visual. It's a good
Oh my
reference
God.
to the visual quality upgrades.
Oh yeah, the lighting on this looks awesome.
Yeah,
Can't wait for other people to see it on stream. Can't wait for them to take a look
It's
at
gonna be
that.
so
Aaron.
great.
Oh,
Start
well,
reading out the new patch notes that are going on there.
All right, Mike, hit us.
Summon Wolf, Summon Bear, Fury Leap, and Summon Thorn Totem have new skill icons. For Anomaly, fix the display issue with Mark of Rot incorrectly said it caused enemies to take 100% increased void damage. It now correctly says 50%. Devouring Orb, fix the
These are a
bug
lot
where...
of fixes. Let's see if there's any of the fun stuff in here, though.
More cool things.
Yeah. Non-empowered monolith progress is now shared across characters using the same text match. Yeah, the same one. Same one. Yeah.
Oh, the chat commands.
Oh, the chat commands came in. Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, the new chat commands are sweet.
Yeah, that's the one that we should show if we put.
Look at this
something up on the
professional streamer right here, you know? Jeez. All right. Here we go, everybody. This is Void Island. Is that what we're looking at right here? Void Island?
This is in the Monolith Hub. This is one of the timelines when you're actually over in this area. But we have some new tech that our team put together that when you transition from timeline to timeline, like in the Monolith
cool.
itself, it'll have this. It's just we're just gonna let people go and experience it. It's very cool, and we're going to be updating the Echo of a World to have some of this tech as well.
This looks clean. This looks really, really good.
Yeah. Lots of good progress on visuals. We've got some new tech art talent on the team. I mean, we're just elevating the visuals and the sound and the animations across the game in really, really major ways. And this is a good example of that.
Oh, very cool.
very good looking. Very good looking. I'm also glad to hear that just ever improving the visuals because
Yes.
they just keep looking better and better.
Yeah. You should go back and look at the Kickstarter videos.
We do all the time.
We've come a long way.
I always like pointing out when you guys show the initial classes and masteries. I tell the story of the knight and the forgotten knight and the end of time and all that good stuff. All right, here is page 101 of the patch notes. So this was going to be the first hotfix from what EHG is saying, and it's going to make it into season 2, correct?
Yep.
Okay. I know it's not super easy to see. General skills: Summon Wolf, Summon Bear, Fury Leap, and Summon Thorn Totems will have new skill icons. Okay. Anomaly: fix the display issue where Mark of Rot incorrectly said it caused enemies to take 100% increased void damage. Now it says 50%. Devouring Orb fixed a bug where Orb Masters more Void Eruption damage would not apply unless you had Source of Increased Area of Devouring Orb. Void Knight passive tree. Singular purpose threshold bonus has been clarified to state that it grants the separate effects of less damage taken from slowed enemies and less damage taken from time rotting enemies, and that these effects are multiplicative with each other and other modifiers.
Aaron, let's do this because a lot of these are fixes. This was the first hot fix. Go to the last image with the new chat commands. I think that's probably the coolest thing coming with this stretch build that is not mentioned in the patch notes.
Added new chat commands. Mike, you want to take this one?
Sure. So we've got /deaths, which lets you know what your death count is, which is the one that we get.
No, everyone's gonna know how many times I've died.
Deal with it.
Oh no. All right, sorry, go on.
/corruption or /max corruption posts a system message to chat with your character's current highest corruption and timeline. /echoes posts a system message to chat with your current character's total number of echoes completed. Arena or waves posts a system message to chat with your current character's max arena wave completed. /season or cycle posts a system message with your season your current character was created in. And /mastery posts a message that your first mastery that your character chose. So you can a little bit of history in your character, ways to post some progress stuff nicely. And we also have a full length video with audio for the that little clip you showed. There's a full clip there. I really want to show it because it's been
oh my god, the
you
graphics
have the
look
full
absolutely
clip?
amazing. It's
It's in Discord now.
This is with the new graphics. It looks beautiful.
Be right back with the new
You got this, Aaron.
Turn studio mode on. You can leave us up while you make the change.
Yeah. I mean, I hope I'm not breaking NDA here, but I'm looking at it in advance, and it is amazing looking. This is the in-game footage.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, the really cool thing about this is that it's tech that we can every time we introduce one of these new systems in a very small area like this, it's always also a new tool that we're going to then look at where else can we use this type of tech in the game to really make the rest of the game pop as well.
Yeah, I know. Just the grassing, the effects. I know, chat. I know you want to check it out, but sorry. Wow.
The weather and the lighting changes.
Is there audio on this?
Yep.
All right, we'll push up the audio. All right, everybody. This is a 4-minute clip.
Yep. It's a walk through the Monolith area.
Gosh, it looks so much better. Gosh, it looks so much better how it transitions.
Yeah. You get the theming and the feel of the zone that timeline is. Little bubbles.
Yeah, I see that. And you can hear the footsteps sound like they're in the area.
People really like this. They really like it.
Yeah,
They really like it.
that red sun, the red black hole in the background. Such a good shot.
Got the fire, light rays.
You guys,
Yep,
I'm
this
not
is,
just glazing. This is like incredible looking. Like it looks so good.
Yeah, with some advancements in tech that we have, we'll be able to start making the entire game look more just beautiful all around. This is a good example of utilizing some of the new tools and stuff that we have in place.
Does it go all the way up to the top 3? Did I miss those? This one's one of my favorites. I don't know why I didn't say this earlier. The the boards and everything, and it gives you a feel of the theming that's coming from that
I
zone.
like this foliage.
Yeah. And I think this is really indicative of
like
the
the
level
HDR.
of attention to detail and just like the cool stuff we're able to add to the game now, and how much faster we're able to add these individual things. It's gonna just ramp up. I'm glad we came down here. I think the effect on that's updated too. The centerpiece there. That transition never looks bad. I always get like a Death Mountain vibe from this.
A burning black hole. This is just
And the waypoint model too. I love the new waypoint model. Like it feels like it fits in the world, and it just feels more like appropriate for the world, and yeah.
A question that keeps coming up: DLSS or FSR? When? Is that
When it's ready.
When it's ready. In development.
What is that?
You'd have to ask the
Upscaling.
team on that one.
Upscaling.
No. I meant there's a meme that's just stuck in my head when he was like in development.
All right.
Yes, I do know what DLSS and FSR is. Sorry.
We
Yeah,
figured.
that's why I paused on it.
All right, that is the whole video. Holy smokes, that looked really, really good. Nice job, guys. That is great. Obviously, we started a little late. Normally, we end the podcast with just taking a few questions from the community. Is that all right, guys? Maybe 5-10 more minutes maximum?
Oh yeah.
That feels good? Okay. I kind of almost just want to leave this playing, Frosty, and maybe we just mute it and stay on this
Keep
scene.
it playing, mute it, and ask questions. Let's stay on the
Okay,
screen.
just want to be as clear as humanly possible. I know a bunch of questions are about to be flooding in. Me and Frosty are going to do our absolute best to manage them. Frosty, I'm going to take YouTube. You take Twitch, okay?
All right.
And we'll try and we'll just do some rapid fire questions. All right.
Hash notes when first one I saw.
Yeah.
Right.
Hash notes when.
like 6 hours ago.
Can we get an update
are there
for server stability? I know we kind of touched that already. You guys like.
Yeah. To recap, we're feeling very good about server stability for the launch of the upcoming patch. So we invite everyone to join us right on time, 11 o'clock.
Okay.
Any plan on new classes?
We love classes. That's what I'll say. We love classes.
Okay. All right.
I bet you have a
like
list
that.
of like 10 classes and masteries already. Like, you know.
I bet you're right.
Could be right. Yeah, got it.
I
Only
bet on
10?
that.
Only
There's
10?
such a gigantic backlog of things of like, wouldn't it be awesome if we could just make this? We've got to pick the ones that are the most important.
Do you guys feel confident that seasons moving forward will have new sets?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Panda MTX for Beastmaster Bear.
Sounds cool.
Please.
Or
Okay.
or Capybara? Huh? Maybe.
But only if it just
I'm
randomly
sure
falls
Holly
off.
just heard you say capybara and is like already doing this.
Okay, perfect.
For the Banda, it's gonna be pay to lose because it has to just randomly like fall off cliffs and whatnot.
Yeah, just
Yeah,
roll
roll around.
away
Yeah.
from the action.
That makes
Yeah.
sense.
Any chat system or friends list updates?
I mean, chat system, yeah,
We-
the announcements.
the announcements coming with the chat
yeah.
system, there used to be like this terrible bug that lasted way too long, where there would be like large gaps whenever chat was very active. We've fixed some issues like that.
The polling update time. Like, so it updates faster, like populates your friends list faster. Didn't we do that?
Yeah, that's been worked on since 1.0 though. That typically happens very fast now.
Okay. People are asking on YouTube chat, sounds for the loot filter. Sounds for the loot filter.
Very, very common request. We hear you. There is a lot more that we are going to do for the loot filter, and we hear you on that one. Yes.
Okay.
There was a major class rework this season. Is there going to be another class rework for next season?
Yes, kind of.
And that's all we'll say for now. Yes.
Yeah,
And
there
we'll talk about
there is we could, I mean, you could go calculate how many threshold nodes each mastery has.
That's true.
For the people out there that love lore, love the world of Etera, next act of the campaign.
It's shaping up very well. It's really cool.
Okay.
It's in active development.
In active development. Act 10 of the campaign.
Is there anywhere people can follow Carve, and do you do as many leaks on your socials as you do on the podcasts?
I've done some in the past on the our community Discord.
Join our Discord, join our forums, and we are very active there. And typically we don't mind sharing things that aren't like needing to be held back for like a big marketing beat or something like that. As a studio, we're pretty leaky. We're just excited about stuff. So yeah, I mean, join us on our socials and stuff like that, and we give a lot of information.
I know
Usually
Mike.
trick us into saying
Oh, sorry.
something.
Go ahead.
You can usually trick us into saying something.
Right.
Yeah.
Also,
yeah, it's
also
not
I
very hard.
don't leak. I tease. Okay.
Yes,
There's a difference.
teases. Mike, I know you've answered this question a ton on Friday's stream, but I am seeing it spammed quite a bit. Guilds, clans, even if it's just a way to chat with friends. Any thoughts on guilds and clans?
We've always wanted guilds because of the chat and like the chat capabilities that it brings, but it's like we feel like if we were to say, hey, we've brought guilds, and like the guilds mean that you can chat with your friends in a different colored text, that's not quite hitting the mark that feels like we can even call it that. So it's one of those things. If you guys have ideas for what guilds could be, that would be really awesome and additive for Last Epoch specifically, we would love to hear that. It's something that, as a team, we've been interested in since forever.
Okay.
Let's see. What do you guys know the rough estimate of the size of the patch for the season?
Oh, that's a good
That'd be good.
question.
Oh, like data,
Like gigabytes, yeah.
50 gigs, 100 gigs.
What makes that download?
Yeah, we typically go and we have smaller updates. We have a nightly build that happens, and we'll update that build iteratively. And so I don't know what the full build actually is at all.
1 million gigabytes.
Yeah.
We just see like, oh, this update was like half a gig or 2 gigs, and you
Right,
can't just add
right.
those all together because it can be the same thing that changes from day to day. And so we don't have a situation where we've taken like a jump from the base all the way to the like 1.17 all the way to 1.2.
We're starting the download the moment the patch goes live, or is there any pre-download?
Don't think there's any pre-download. We know people want it.
Yeah.
We'll see what we can do eventually.
Okay.
Isn't it like technical thing where people would be able to start playing it immediately in offline, right?
So that's what I've heard, is that if you guys allow pre-download, then offline players could play immediately, or I don't know if that's true. It's just- Yeah.
Right.
There's some Steam encryption stuff that we might be able to use, but it's I don't know if there's like problems with that or something.
Yeah, the team is saying like the true offline mode does make that pretty problematic. If there is a way to get around that, I haven't personally discussed that very heavily with the team, but it's not as easy if it was just a fully online game.
Judd, if it was a perfect world and you could snap your fingers, how long would it be in between seasons?
Oh, daily. No, every day is season day. No, I mean, I think around that 3.5 month is about ideal. That's what we would aim to be doing. Hard to do. It's hard to produce content that quickly. But the team is growing. We're getting way better at doing parallel content development, and it's we're certainly closer than ever to being able to release seasonal content faster.
Awesome.
Even though your pretty much character gets completely covered, is there any updates to the character model plan for the future?
Yes. There's some things like some of our character models, like the skin textures and stuff, don't look as nice as we'd like them to, and even some like proportional changes that we believe that we could make that would make them look nicer. What is the status on those, Ross? Do you have any idea if there's like an actual status update on that?
Yeah, nothing to announce just now.
Okay.
Totally fine. Transmog when? I know these are like rapid. There's just a million. I'm just picking some out of here.
Nothing to announce on that yet.
No worries. Okay.
Oh, jeez.
What?
We've losty. It's a Frosty. He's losty.
Frosty's gone.
Yeah.
Frosty said that if his baby's
Full circle.
He said if his baby's coming, that he'll have a backup plan.
No, I'm here. I'm here.
Wife went into labor. I said, dude, like, obviously take care of your wife, but if your wife goes into labor during stream, it's going to be excellent content. That's what I told.
Oh my god.
I can't believe this didn't get brought up. Secret lizard level. Somebody's got to spill or say something like.
What?
Yeah, what are you talking about? If you're finding lizard tails, I would certainly buy a stash and store those lizard tails, at least.
Honestly, that is unacceptable. I will absolutely accept that reason.
I would.
I mean, why
keep
wouldn't
those
you
lizard
keep
tails? Yeah.
The good memories that you helped. Poor lizards were super overburdened, right?
Dude, everybody in chat, you know what that means. If you find lizard tails, keep them. Keep them. There
is no lizard level, just to be clear.
Don't go looking for a lizard level, but you should not get rid of them. You should not get rid of them.
You can have up to 200 stash tabs. If you were to get every stash tab, I think it would cost about 190 million gold. One of those can be for lizard tails for sure.
There you go. All right, let's do 5 more questions. Somebody on here said, is it possible in the future to get a price checker for the bazaar?
Yes, we've talked about this. There's a few UI UX additions we need to make to the bazaar. One is improving the unique search. We basically don't have enough there's not enough power to the unique search, and it's difficult to know how to price things. We've had conversations about how we would implement price checking. So these are discussions that are happening, but nothing to announce yet there. But yes, we've talked about it.
Okay. Frosty,
I'm back now, I think.
Are you good, Frosty?
Yeah, it was nearing the end. I had some big technical problem. I need some attention too. It can't just be you, Aaron.
That makes me feel. Thank you for messing
no
up
problem.
too.
Now this might be an abstract question, but are there any other games EHG might be creating on the back end instead of Last Epoch?
Last Epoch is the only game that we have in development.
Okay.
Is it possible to implement a pause feature in the future? Right now, offline has pause, online does not.
Right. Yeah. It's something that we have the team looking at how that could possibly happen. It is much more complicated than anyone would initially suspect,
Okay.
and it gives a lot of potential for abuse cases, edge cases where things could be messy. It's something we very much want, but it's not coming season 2, season 3 probably.
Okay.
Considering the game is only $35 and people really do like the game and want to support you, what is the best way to support the company outside of just buying 2 copies of Last Epoch?
Oh, here comes the merch store question. Sorry, go on.
It's funny. I mean, the genuine answer to that is like if you love the game, tell your friends that you really enjoy it. Multiplayer is significantly better than it ever has been. Party play. Leave us a good Steam review. Those are always helpful. Yeah, those are the things that typically help.
Frosty, I think I'm good on my end. And everybody, please stick around. I'm going to be giving away 2 copies of Last Epoch at the end of today's stream.
Yeah, that's it for me. Guys, thank you all so much for staying and sticking around through the technical problems and having such great information. And we all just can't wait to play this season coming up, guys. Really do appreciate it.
Judd, I
Really
feel
appreciate
like
the time, guys.
Judd, I feel like you're the top dog. You're the reason we're all here. You have to give the closing speech. I know he's normally make Frosty do it, and Frosty does a great job, but you get the honors today, sir.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, really appreciate you guys having us on. Great pleasure. It's really exciting whenever we're releasing a patch to be able to get back out in front of the community where we came from and talk about the awesome stuff that we're doing here. We're all kind of living the dream, right? We're a bunch of ARPG nerds getting to make our action RPG dream happen right here. So it's really cool. Again, we invite everybody to join us at launch, Tombs of the Erased, April 17th. Be there, 11 o'clock. You can remember that by 11th Hour Games. We release things at 11 a.m. Central Time. And yeah, we're excited for the patch. It's going to be awesome.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much for joining, Frosty. Good luck. You got this, sir. You got this.
Thank
You're
you.
going to like being a dad. You got this, sir. All right, everybody. That's going to do it for episode
Congrats,
10 of the Town Portal podcast. EHG, thank you so much. All right, guys. Let's draw some keys. Thank you, guys.
Bye.
Thank you all.
Hello, everyone. Hello, man. Man, oh, man. Okay. Are you guys ready for this? Are you guys ready for this? Thank you all for hanging out so much. Thank you. So, obviously, over the last 3 or 4 days, I have literally built out all of these scenes, right? We got the intro scene, the extra screen, and the Between Two Portals screen. I even had a screen if Carve wanted to take over and log into the game. And everything was actually perfect. It was perfect. But there was an audio echo. And the only way to fix the audio echo was to actually kill. There wasn't like any problems from a setting standpoint. I had to kill Streamlabs, and then I restarted my computer. When I brought the computer back up, I swear on my life, I should have recorded it because you guys wouldn't believe me. All of the scenes, all the resolutions were off. So I literally had to reboot my computer twice, reboot Streamlabs, and then all of these scenes, I had to remake by hand, like in real time. And then we got them up, then we tested the audio, then we got it back in. It was just like, oh, I'm like sweating bullets, losing my, because, we've done, we've had tons of guests on the stream. We've done tons of podcasts. And of course I prepped for it. So it's like, it's silly that it's just horrible. It was just horrible luck, horrible timing, but I'm just so happy I was able to get it back. I was so happy I was able to get it back. All right. How's everyone doing? How is everyone doing? What did you guys think? It went okay? Dude, this looks good right here. This looks good right here. It was a great podcast. Thank you so much. Great job. Awesome. Thank you, guys. Thank you. As long as you're following the channel on Twitch or subbed on YouTube, make sure you type in !giveaway. Let's draw some copies of Last Epoch. Let's draw some copies of Last Epoch. Holy smokes. I can't believe how many people are in this giveaway. Dude, they killed it. They killed it with this. Doing great. EHG's team is fantastic. Look at all those bots. Man, they absolutely killed it. We'll watch the VOD later. Holy smokes. Yeah, I know. Just, you know, it really is that you know, when you get to know the people that work at EHG, when you meet them in real life, when you spend time chatting and all these weeks over and over again, you know, like, it's more than just a game. Like, you know, you're totally bought in, and listening to their answers, listening to their confidence, listening to their thoughts on the future. Sounds corny, but like listening to their heart, you know, you could just feel that this is a passion project for them. They care about what they're doing so much. Like, you could see the look on Mike's face when we're looking at the video, like his excitement to the attention to detail and what they've put into it, their thoughts on the future. It's just, it's really, really nice. It's really nice. I think we need to watch Hog's video. I don't know. What is Hog's video? I'm scared. What is Hog's video? Mike's face, he only smiles. That's because he's happy. What's wrong with Mike happy? Please? Please. Please what? You guys, I'm scared to watch Hog's video. Someone at least give me a little something. A little something. Do the Blood Mage glove count as Brigand's Rage? I don't know. Hog, play it before the giveaway. No. I don't want people just hanging out and baiting the giveaway. We're not going to do that. All right. Let's draw this right now. We're going to draw 2 copies.
Awesome stream.
Thank you.
Can't freaking wait.
Thank you guys so much. Thank you so much. Alerts not showing up. Yes, they were all muted. Oh, no, they're not muted. They're just all off the page right now. Draw the giveaway, then watch it if anybody wants to watch it. All right, the wife has spoken, everyone. The wife has spoken. We're going to draw 2 copies of Last Epoch, okay? 2 copies of Last Epoch. This is the link to the Discord. This is how you claim your prize. Just send me a DM. As long as you are following the channel on Twitch or subbed on YouTube, type in !giveaway. We're going to draw 2 copies of Last Epoch. Here, while you're doing that, I'll look at Hog's video while everybody's joining. Oh my gosh. Awesome interview. Now I don't know what my starter is. See, that's what happens. We'll watch the Hogs video after the giveaway. Just so everybody's aware. Oh my gosh. No, okay, fine. This is what we'll do. We're gonna draw 1 Last Epoch key, then we'll watch the video, then we'll draw the other one. All right, starting the countdown right meow. As long as you're following the channel on Twitch or subbed on YouTube, type in !giveaway. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And entries for this giveaway are officially closed. And the winner of a free copy of Last Epoch.
Amazing job.
Thank you guys.
What about couch co-op in La?
Thank you guys so much. The first winner of a free copy of Last Epoch is click Mauric. This is a real person. It's a Twitch winner. Hello, hello. Are you out there? Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. Sounds like a bot. It's not a bot. This is a real person. Another bot. No, this is a real person. All right. Okay. Don't worry. This next one's going to be awesome. All right, everybody. Hogs video. I have no idea what this is. I have no idea what this is. All I know is Mike's in it again.
Oh my god. He's so impressed by my vision. Look at him. Let me guess. You are Vision Boy? Mike, let's have a little chat, buddy. I heard about your Season 2 plans. I hate to inform you that I have to cancel them. I cannot allow anyone to interfere with the vision. There must be some agreement we can come to. Perhaps Discord can provide a temporary avatar to sway player count?
You serious? A Mickey Mouse temporary Red Skull avatar? What are you, the new Blizzard?
You will delay your Season 2 patch. I will release my Fix the Game patch. I will be portrayed once more as the god I am, and then if you're lucky, you can have my scrub players, the ones I didn't make the game for.
Let me tell you something. Season 2 is the opposite of your game. Fun.
Don't give me that crap. All they do is cry about items and crafting. I was about to fix it. Then you come here and give them set crafting and maps and an atlas tree and more crafting and more target farming and more uniques and more quality of life. And you think I'm gonna sit here and take it?
Not only that, Mr. Vision. I have power fantasy, fun, loot drops, target farming, champion bosses. You stole my endgame. So I stole yours and added it to mine. Now you are going to see what it's like when everyone leaves.
Imagine a world where players don't need much, a world where players drop yellow items for blue items, a world where players spend $500 for the best skins.
Oh yeah, baby.
A world where players just gamble all day until you release the next update. Imagine where all they need is just meaningful combat. Join me. I will make you the developer of all developers. You will be worshipped by our Simpson baby birds. Join my vision. Together we will take over the gaming world. All I ask is for you to kneel.
This is Hog's new video.
The vision is so generous. Yeah. That's where I'm gonna have a problem. You see, releasing 100 pages of patch notes today has left me with a nasty cramp in my legs. So, kneeling will be hard for me.
I will DDoS you into oblivion. I will make sure your servers never work again. I will erase all mention of your name from my game servers. In fact, I will release a big patch and double XP weekend
Holy
right on top
shit,
of your
I'm scared
game,
as
Path of
fuck.
Exile 2, and the vision will prevail forever.
Earth to the Oracle. Mostly negative recent reviews means players no likey. April 17th, you're welcome to come play. See what a fun game looks like.
It's Hog, baby. Share, copy, like. Nice job, Hog. As always, very, very nice job. Hey, look, see? It wasn't a bot that won. This was a real person. Look. See? Guys? Pure cinema. Nice job. See, I am not a bot. See, this is a real person. Bot confirmed. Oh, geez. All right, this is complete. We're going to do a whole new one so the people that aren't here. All right, here we go. As long as you're following the channel on Twitch or subbed on YouTube, type in !giveaway for a chance to win another copy of Last Epoch. We're going to give away another one He even bought it himself. What? Look, he even said bot. That doesn't count. That doesn't count. YouTube chat is breaking the bot. Yeah, that happens. It'll work. It might not just pop up. Just give it a second. Do I have to do exclamation point giveaway for each giveaway? In this case, you do. So the first one was one. This one's a different one. Next podcast, GGG and Hawk and Aaron. So you want Hog to fill in for Frosty because Frosty had a baby and we should bring on... You guys, you want me to bring Jonathan Rogers on Town Portal? I would love that. Oh my gosh, I would love that so much. Totally. Yes, yes. Bring Rax. Oh my gosh, I forgot to look at something. I forgot to make an announcement during the podcast. Hold on. Dude, we're going to have to do some theory crafting. They updated the build planner. So one of the big announcements at the end of the podcast was supposed to be the NDA has been lifted. So you can now go and theory craft. We can now theory craft for season 2. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. What? Yep. Stat stacking bear. It's literally the first build I'm gonna build right now. Stat stacking bear. We need to play with the new one. Look at this. Stats migrate to 1.2. Save. Oh, perfect. Perfect. I wonder how they do it. You and EHG were theory crafting. No, this is my old one. I wasn't doing anything. Guys. Guys. I'm not going to sleep now. You can sleep later. You could sleep later. By the way, everybody, now that everything is out in the open, actionrpg.com, my brand new website, this has all the build guides from myself, The Curse, Frozen Sentinel, and soon Babbling Bike. Our goal is to have all 37 build guides up to date by the 17th. I don't know if it's possible. We're going to try really, really hard to have them all done. But actionrpg.com works on your cell phone, works on your browser. We're going to try and get all 37 guides up to date. All right, let's draw the second giveaway. Let's do it. BB is great. Yeah. Yeah, he's awesome. Please do a Wraith Lord guide. I think Wraith Lord's up there. You need a new Shatter Strike build guide. When is your build guide getting planners? It's later. It's later. All right, let's draw the second last Epoch key. As long as you're following the channel on Twitch or subbed on YouTube, type in ! giveaway. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And entries are officially closed. And the winner of a second copy of Last Epoch is Click. A YouTube winner. Mardukas. This is a real person for sure. Mardukas? Bot. It's not a bot. This is a real person, guys. I'm looking at YouTube chat. Boom! He's over in YouTube chat. I seen it. I saw it. Mardukas. Make him stream himself. What? It's always a bot. These are both people have already claimed it. What do you mean it's rigged? Boom! See? Look. See? Guys, does that confirm it's real? A bot would never say boom. I am a real person. I've been your best friend for the last 20 years, ever since we worked at IBM. Don't listen to this. This is a troll. Don't listen to this. That's not true. Don't. Guys, come on. He's playing for laughs. Don't listen to that. Hello, fellow human. That's not true. What, hog? No, this is a real person. IBM Internet bot machines. It's rigged. It's not rigged, guys. Come on, Mardukas. Say something that they would know it's not, it's real. Hog, 10 out of 10, absolute cinema. Double rigged. Aaron, you should tell him thank you for the toaster you got for your wedding gift. Very funny. Very funny. We could see his message, Aaron. Okay, now you guys know. An AI would never put beep boop. You guys know that. Now you know that it's real. Now you know it's real. Guys. Hacks? It's not hacks. All right. This is complete. The next giveaway will be tomorrow. Hear me out loud. The next giveaway will be tomorrow, but you could enter it now. So the next giveaway is up, but it is for tomorrow. All right. Hoodie. So many builds, I will never sleep. I know, we got to start updating them now. We got to start updating all the builds now. Everybody, the new build planners are available, so we could get to cooking. All right, let's do this. This is our first look at the new build planner. First look at the new build planner. Hey, thank you for the stream. The hype is real. You are very, very welcome. Oh, you know what? I think I need to stand up. Oh, this podcast was a ride, dude. It was a ride. It was a ride. Okay. So we've made a decision that we are going to try and make a Summon Bear Beastmaster as our first build. Summon Bear Beastmaster as our first build. Oh, you could see the new icons down here. Summon Bear has a new icon. Leap has a new icon. How cool is that? No, new icons. Why? Yeah, Tech, you don't have these already on actionrpg.com. Better get to moving. Now, this is the new Weaver tree. You guys, just hear me for a second. Just hear me for a second. I don't know if I want to include this in build planners. I don't think I want to. Because this determines not the build, it determines how you play. And I hate the thought of telling people how to play. I don't know people's thoughts on that. For PoE people, don't include the Atlas tree for builds. I agree. I say no. Don't do it. True. Don't add it. 100% agree with you. Leave it out. Agreed. Maybe like 20 points. So if you guys don't know, you're going to be able to imprint 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for target farming. And you could spec into champions. You could spec into Shade of Oribus popping into your areas. You can come over here and you could spec into Nemesis. You can come down here and go into, what is this, your tombs and your cemeteries. You can come down here and you could spec into loot lizards if you love loot lizards and shrines. Like, there's just so much awesome stuff in here. Aaron's way is the only way. Follow his choices and go home. Go home. No. I think unlike other games, you know, where there is an optimal way to follow the passive tree, where it's like, oh, you need to take more added modifiers on rares here, and you need to come up here and get more waystones and different ways to actually play the end game from a fundamental standpoint. This does nothing for the build. This does nothing. Is he trying to get out to finishing the patch notes? What patch notes? What patch notes? I don't know what Brow's talking about. There sure better be a node. Gotta surely be better nodes than others. So this tree is about customizing how you want to play. Okay. So for example, let's say I put in the build guide a certain weapon right here. But maybe you already have that weapon. You might not know and you're just following me. Like, it doesn't make sense. Anyways, okay, let's mess around with this. How do I add a set affix? The bottom? Oh, no crap. If a lot of people are typing in exclamation point giveaway on YouTube, either there's just too many people doing it and it does catch up, or you're just not subbed to the channel. So it doesn't require any money. It just requires a follow on Twitch or a sub on YouTube. That's the only requirement for the giveaway. This is cool. I like this. I like this. This is neat. Okay, but this is going away because I don't know if you guys saw it. And obviously it's hard to communicate this when, you know, I'm in a chat with 4 people from EHG and Frosty. Up to 24% damage is redirected to your summon bear. This new Mantle of the Pale Ox is going to give you life, give your bear life, give you movement speed, give you strength, give 2 to summon bear, and it's going to give you 25% DR. I was talking about this yesterday. I don't know if anybody was here yesterday. I was talking about there's one cat left in the bag. One cat left in the bag. That cat is the Pale Ox. That cat is the Pale Ox. Mm-hmm. World drop? I don't even know. Random drop chance. Common. Rune of Ascendancy, 6.3% chance. Timeline, Blood, Frost, and Death. Dude. This is also a 2LP. So the chances of 2LP on this is 1 in 52, or 1 in 51. So this will for sure be a 2LP item. Spill the beans, Aaron. Work on squirrels too, right? Yes, but it's more directed towards 25% of your damage is directed to your highest health minion. So technically you can use this on any minion build, but squirrels aren't super tanky, so you might be killing your squirrels like crazy. Let's hope the servers will hold. Hey, they feel confident about it. They feel confident about it. I mean, and again, let's be realistic. Do you really think EHG is going to come out and be like, oh man, the servers are going to melt. We don't have a chance in hell. Like, you know, that's not going to happen. Golems, this will for sure work for golems, but Aaron's will to trigger golems is already there. But yes, you can use this technically. In my mind, you can use it for any minion build, but what is it made for? It is made for Beastmaster single companions. The reason why it's made for Beastmaster and not Necro is it gives 2 minion strength skills. And the minion skills are not strength, so you'd miss out on the 2 to skills. No, we don't want the bear. Gosh, we didn't want the bear. All right, let's build this out right now. Is it a suffix? It is a suffix. All right, everybody, right now I'm going to try and put together my season start. What's funny is I don't even know if we want level to summon bear. I don't think we need it. I don't think we need it. Aaron, I just put the bear build up last night and now you're changing it? Well, I didn't. What? Also, all my build planners normally are tier 21. We're going to do tier 22 now since you have a guaranteed T7 affix. Okay. So this is that. You forgive me, right, Tech? Tech? I miss my bed. I'm afraid. Don't be afraid. Okay, everybody. So this is the question. What is better? Follow me for a second. What is better? The brand new Mantle of the Pale Ox or the set bonus from last bears. Make it all with red rings? Oh, no. Yeah, once I'm done streaming tonight, I'll rebroadcast. More damage, more fun. New body armor for sure. That's what I'm thinking. Now, you still want, surprisingly, the 2-set bonus. Because 1, you're going to get 2 endurance threshold per strength. And we have 159 to strength on this build planner. So, that's 320 endurance from that 2-set bonus. Also, the affix they picked for gloves is increased health regen per point of strength. So we would also get 159% health regen. So you actually do want the 2-set bonus. There's just no way to get the 3-set bonus. All right, let's remove all our idols. Save this. Okay. Nice. My prediction for Pebbles, Bite, Marked, Sash, and Shard were correct. Nice job. Nice job. Man, I'm not going to lie, everybody. I feel like this weight of the podcast has just been lifted off of me. Oh, it's just been lifted off. It feels so nice that it's over. Feels so nice that it's over. Okay. Let's go here. I'm building my Forge Guard right now. You did amazing. Thank you, sir. Skills. So without... I feel sick. I felt sick earlier for you. Oh my gosh. I just can't even... It was terrible. So right now we've got 31. Listen to this. We have 31 to summon bear. And we haven't even taken the affix plus the summon bear. So if we wanted on this build, we could have 35 points to summon bear. I just don't think it's needed. I don't think it's needed. Also, here is the new node. Forceful swipes. Your bear can use swipe with 2-second cooldown. Your bear swipe scales with its own stats, but it's affected by your swipe tree. Your bear deals additional melee physical damage per 3 strength. So basically, again, it's like you have a third weapon, and you're going to be able to bring down the cooldown to 0.8 seconds. So your bear is going to be way stronger and have a bigger attack and have more life and attack quicker and have a new body armor and have a new amulet. I can't believe I have to make 37 new build planners for the website. No problem. No problem. Okay, on here we want minion damage, crit multiplier. Maybe something like that. Is bear good now? What is this kind of fun game? Autobot, I know you've been popping in and out of the stream. It was like 2 weeks ago, we were playing around with the skill Summon Bear, which is considered the worst offensive skill in the game. It is also probably the oldest skill in the game. You could actually see it all the way back in the Kickstarter video. In its current iteration, not the new iteration, in the current iteration, I was able to kill Aberoth on my first try. Which, I can't explain my confidence level when that happened. So the worst offensive skill considered in the game and the oldest, we were able to kill Aberoth on our first try. So what is Summon Bear getting? A buff set, a new body armor, a new amulet, a new base damage based upon your strength, being able to swipe more life, and more attack speed. So you got lucky figures. I don't think was it luck? I don't know. It might have been luck. It might have been luck. I wasn't on a streamer client. I did it all live in front of everybody. I did it live in front of everyone. Oh god, I just realized the Beastmaster passive is so behind all the others. Yeah, they're going to do a passive Beastmaster, but it's got a lot of DR on it. The one streamer streaming Summon Bear is going to be like Forrest Gump. That's right. And just so everybody's aware, I've polled the community now 4 times. Each time it's almost 80-20 that like, would you rather me play Summon Bear off meta or Heartseeker meta? And everybody says Bear. Like, we have 100 streamers. If we want to watch Heartseeker, there will be no one else playing Summon Bear. And I said, okay. Are we able to see Season 2 builds now? I'm seeing 1.7. I don't know what 1.7 is. I'll try a Cocaine Bear out. It's going to be beastly. So this is what I will tell you about Bear. 100%. I am positive it's going to be beastly. Where Summon Bear really struggles is just its clear speed. Because you're following around one minion. And almost all single minion builds struggle with that. So, yeah. Two extra points. There we go. NDA is lifted. NDA is lifted. We are no longer under NDA. You cannot show anything from CT, but you can freely talk about it. I will come help you clear stuff with Heartseeker. Perfect. Yeah, NDA is lifted. Thank God. Well, the patch notes are out and the build planners are out. And if the build planner's out, that means that it's been fully data mined. There's nothing left to keep from everyone. It's all out there. All right, this looks good. We've got our update to Berserker, which is another buff for Bear. I did not get to... I never fought Uber Aberoth. Wraith Lord is currently running 1200 corruption. Yeah, Wraith Lord's broken for sure. I saw people fight Uber Aberoth. I think Abomination is better than Wraith Lord since they nerfed it. I mean, they're both really strong. Okay, let's look here. We got 2 extra points. All right, skills done. Gear done. Oh, we should probably add... Hey, Brow, what do you think? Is it mandatory to take the T7 endurance threshold on belts? You can only get endurance threshold on one item, your belt. Since there are items that increase swipes area, any information about the minimum requirements for the season? I have a 40-60. You should be fine. There shouldn't be any boost to system requirements. I want to say thank you for asking about the vision. What are you guys talking about? Jack? I was just, it was one of the questions I had written down. There was nothing behind it. What? Yes, we watched Hog's new video. There was no vision behind the question. Yeah. Yeah. You guys told me to ask the question. I was listening to the community. That's all. Passive tree. There should be no changes here. Unless we decide to take Blossoming Garden, which we will test. Oh, it's you. I saw you in an interview for LE right now. What's up? Hello. Thanks again for asking for the shield cosmetic question. You're very welcome. What's your second skill there? Warcry. So Fury Leap. Oh, I guess if you want to look here. Oh, this is a new icon for Fury Leap and the new icon for Summon Bear. I am so unbelievably excited. I'm glad everybody is so excited. Is Warcry automatable yet? You could do it through Bear. You can automate Warcry through Bear. After using Rampage, you now roar. There's one way. Leap sucks on a controller. Medic, I asked that question for you. I know, I was there. See? All right, let's do idols. Jury is still out on that one. Let's do idols. Everybody, we gave away 2 copies of Last Epoch, just FYI. We're not giving away another one today, but we will draw one over the weekend, okay? So, as long as you're following the channel on Twitch or subbed on YouTube, type in ! giveaway for a chance to win a free copy of LE. Isn't the build pretty bare? Very funny. Very funny. It's a shame you didn't show Hog's video during the show just to see Judd's face. You guys, it was already a nightmare at the beginning. That's the last thing I needed. Okay, let's look at... Let's start with the big idols. I don't think there's anything in here we want. Oh, Minion melee crit. We do like Minion melee crit. Chance to bleed on hit. Oh, these are the... Oh, this is the 1x4. Aspect of the shark effect. It's not bad if we went aspect of the shark. Just take melee. All right, let's look at the enchanted affixes. This is where everything changes. All your idols are going to be different. You seemed well prepared for all this. Oh my gosh. Show WASD. I can't. Oh, I guess I can. I got all these hidden clips they sent me. It was all working. Oh, it was all working. It was actually all working at the beginning. One of the nice things about the interview was seeing Mike smiling the whole time, showcasing the new graphics on the Monolith. You can now show the clips, all of them. I can freely show all the clips, which is great. Okay. Idols. Armor gained when transformed? No. Chance to not consume a potion. Gain ward? No. Increase cooldown, recovery speed, mana regen, frostbite, crit chance, crit multiplier, damage over time. Increased movement speed idol? Increased movement speed idol? Melee damage spell. Movement speed while transformed. Added minion spell. Boom. That is what we want. That is what we want. Oh, sorry. Minion melee attack speed and added minion melee damage. That is what we want. Judd looked like a very proud father. Man, Judd was so happy. We're going to be moving to FN Mockton. Aaron, were you told not to talk about the PoE 2 release date? Seems like a lot was going unsaid. No, not at all. I mean, just truth be told, like, this podcast in my mind was supposed to be like a hype up and a build up for the season. I don't think that question needed to be asked because Judd, who was on the podcast, already commented. So since Judd has already said something, I didn't think it was warranted. Tim, does the website have the updates for season 2 changes? Are you talking about my website? If you're talking about actionrpg.com, no. Today is the day we start updating all the build planners. So we're hoping by season 2 launch, all 37 builds will be up to date. It's about Ellie, not about the drama. I mean, EHG already commented on it, so I just didn't think it was pertinent. I mean, come on, guys. I asked him about the vision. There's not a great second affix on this one, so we're just going to take cooldown recovery and mana regen. Damn, could you imagine pulling that idol? Jeez. I kind of hope one day they have alternate endgames. Like Lost Ark was mimicking Monster Hunter, its Guardian raids would be cool. I see. Thanks everybody for the subs and donations. Thank you so much. Did they say season 2 is dropping today? No, but believe it or not, I did ask that question. I asked that question. I tried. They said no. They're like, very funny, Aaron. No, it's not dropping today. I tried. All right, we're looking through the new idols right now. My number one question for EHG, give me the game now, right? I didn't catch the whole thing. Did anything get said about servers? Yeah, so I wonder if I could pull it. To go.
Technical designer here, and yeah,
This regard. Yeah, upgrading the engine is important and something that we do from time to time.
Okay. Cool. 13 pages of bug fixes. How important were getting these bugs taken? No, forget it. I'll have it posted later. They just said that the servers, they have all new servers, they have all new backend, they have stress test them. They've learned from the previous 1.0 launch. They're very confident about it right now. Play polka while you post it now, please. What? What? What are you talking about? Pretty please. No, we're not rewatching it. I'm not putting it back on. Don't make me do that, guys. Come on. Come on. Are they ready for X players? Did they say if there was an MTX for summons like skeletons or wraiths or golem? No. Isn't it going on YouTube? It will. Aaron, you should ask them VFX, MTX, and Chthonic Fissure ability. Chthonic Fissure's getting one. Do that when you end the stream. Just let it play until it's over so we can rewatch it. Guys, I'm working right now on my Season 2 starter build. Working? Yeah. Hey, Aaron. Do we have anything to be watching the stream to win the LE giveaway? Appreciate it, man. No, you do not. Nick. Rax is watching it right now. Great. All right, let's see. No, this one does not have the right mods on it. So we'll dump that. Let's check the 2x2. Adorned volcano idol. Guilty, what the hell is this? What's a volcano idol? I don't know what this is. What is this? I apologize if this has already been answered. It's a volcano idol. Thanks, guys. Is the Falcon Ballista build nerfed? Yes, yes. But they already announced that it was going to get nerfed. It's not dead. If that makes you feel better, it's still really good. A volcano idol? I'm just saying I don't think I've seen that one. Nope. Heartseeker's getting an MTX. Yes, Heartseeker is getting an MTX. All right, 2x2 is not good. Let's try 3. Nope. Let's check 4. A certain website known for making tier lists just updated their LE builds for Season 2. I think they dropped the ball. Bear isn't even on it. Oh, I mean, yeah. Go figure. Nice work on the interviews today. Very smooth after the echo was resolved. What's funny is that the echo came back for a second. People were messaging me. There was nothing I could have done about the echo. it was just a latency thing. And I was like, there were so many people watching, or I was like, I don't know. Rebooting my computer fixed it though. It's just a nightmare. I just want to be bearable, not OP build. Come on, we're not doing bear puns, guys. Can you say echo one more time? No. Minion melee attack speed. Everybody, right now, this is the only thing I'm trying to figure out. This is the new idols, because they are very different. Look at that. Vitality, increased minion melee attack speed, increased minion melee attack speed, minion melee base damage, cooldown recovery speed, mana regen. That's pretty spicy. But I got to see what the 3 is. Health regen. OMG, minion melee base, correct. Minion melee base on an idle affix. This is literally ridiculous. I think the best way is to actually do this. All right, I think I got it. Base minion melee crit. Bleed chance for minions. Minion base. I think that's the idol. Minion melee critical strike base. Chance for your minions to bleed. Bear does multiplicative damage off bleeding targets. Minion melee attack speed, minion melee base, and then the 4th affix is meaningless. So we just put on some cooldown and mana. I think that's the right idol. All right, let's build this out. If you could put salt of the wound on your bear, right? I don't think it's needed. It's got some bleed chance on its tree as well. Man, the enchanted affixes on this other idol. There's nothing for minions. All right, let's look at the base idol. Stout. 5. Oh no, I didn't know that. So they kept the health percent on the top, but they lowered it from 5 to 4. They lowered it to 4%. Is the VOD available somewhere? I'd like to rewatch the patch notes Q&A. Not yet. No, it's not. It's not. It'll go up tonight. After all the new information today, it makes the 17th feel like a month away. I know. I know. I'm almost done. I'm almost done. No, it's garbage. This was actually harder than I thought. All right. Woo! Build planner. Now we gotta go through and make sure everything makes sense. This is our new summon bear. Our new summon bear. All right, physical res there. Endurance. Endurance is high. Crit avoidance is up there. When you're doing builds, you need background music. You know what to do. Oh, geez. You're right. I don't know why I'm not playing any music. But now I'm done, so you get to hear my voice again. Doesn't that sound better? Right? No? Hard pass? What do you mean, guys? Guys? Aspect of the shark. You can go aspect of the shark. They're really close when we compare them. We might go aspect of the shark. I'm undecided. What sucks is that these idols, we don't need the enchants on them. But the health percent at 9 is awesome. We need lightning resistance, necrotic res, and void. Fine, you could listen to Polka. Does Aaron look different today for some reason? He's just glowing with anticipation. I'm yes. How about yes? Where's Frosty? Is he ready for his baby? Good question. Mr. LaRue? Gotta be something better in there. Frenzy, armor wall transformed, frostbite. No, there's literally nothing. Our resistances suck. All right, we're gonna have to reel this in. Go lightning res. And then we need a necrotic. Boom. Jeez. Okay, so that takes care of resistances. Good evening, Aaron. Hello. Now the question is, how do I get my crit avoidance? How the hell do we get crit avoidance? We can't rename characters yet. Not yet. Not yet. Hello, everyone. How's everyone doing? Is rename coming? I don't know. We didn't ask that question.
What weapons are those? They look like the raptor ones?
What's that amulet? So this is a brand new amulet for our season starter. This is our Inheritance of the Erased. So less damage taken over time. So this is uses the Oracle amulet base. And on here, every 10 seconds, a random minion is chosen. In this case, every 10 seconds, our bear receiving frenzy and 200% of the stats on this item. And it says right under here, chosen is a buff which lasts for 10 seconds. Frenzy grants 20% increased attack speed. So on this amulet, let's just say, for example, you can get a T7 crit strike multiplier. That would mean that every 10 seconds, your summon bear is going to get 116% increased crit strike multiplier. On top of that, they could get double their minion damage and frenzy. It's okay. It's a new. It's not. It's all right. It's not that good. It's pretty good. I mean, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. I dropped all the defenses at high corruption because normal hits one-shot you anyways. Well, that depends what high corruption is. Aaron, I just got back from dinner. That was a crazy, fun, and informative podcast. Thanks, Frosty. I couldn't have done it without you, man. If your bear receives increased minion damage, does that buff the bear's minion damage? I know, I was thinking about that. It inherits everything on here. I just figured it still made sense to put minion damage on it. What else could we put on here? Like you could put, it's a, like bear is 100% physical. You could do physical penetration, physical base. Yeah, minion damage just makes this. You can't put strength on an amulet. But I mean, technically, this would be double the minion damage, right? So it already gives 70. So if this amulet dropped, every 10 seconds, our bear would get 116 critical strike multiplier and 140 minion damage to this. That's pretty good. Stop it, Trevor. Right when I said it out loud, I was like, here we go. Hey, sweetie. I can hear my kids out the window. Trevor, I'm standing up right now if you didn't know that. Where can I get crit strike multiplier out of this? We could give up life pretty easy. We've got 14. Dude, Frosty's gonna kill it. New Papa. That's so cool. You know, I'm surprised that for all this updates, we don't have any new blessings. We need new blessings, too. Are those Phantom Grip rings? I need those. They are. They are. We use this because it gives +2 to minion skill level, and it gives 4% to minion crit. So we're just using it as a stat stick for our bear.
Electro Paladin is better than
Help
bear.
get it. Hype train. What? You already gave up on your life when you devoted it to LE. That's true. Okay, so we've got resistances taken care of now. We've got resistances. We got a lot of life. We have 640 regen. We have a ton of strength. What we are missing is critical strike avoidance. There's no way to blind. You can get your crit avoidance through Druid, but we're not a Druid. Hey, Frosty, you should totally... Like, what time are you going to start streaming? I could kick you over the raid if you want. Raid Frosty, hang out with Frosty tonight before he becomes a dad. Are you going to get on super late? Do I have to drag items one at a time from season stash to season stash? I don't know what they've done. We'll only know once they do it. Oh, they added dodge rating on the critical strike. Oh, there's too many good things. There's literally too many good things. Oh, they're missing the old idol from the build planner. All right, so we're only missing lightning here. So technically, we could get our crit avoidance. Man, having extra base health regen just feels so much better with this new affix. You can now get base health with base health regen. Taking these two affixes took our health regen to 823. That's huge. Frosty, you're going to start streaming. Thanks, everyone. I'll stream later tonight. Just stream now. Frosty? Sword catchers, good two-handed axe. It is. Frosty's in the delivery room? No, he's not. Is he? Is there a build similar to this for Golem where Aaron's Will's golems make one super mega golem? No, it doesn't exist. I hate putting out any build planner that does not have maxed resistance. This build planner, gosh. Is there an auto bomber build yet for LE? There's always been an auto bomber in Void Knight, and it's going to be even more auto bomber-ish with what they've done to devouring orbs. It's even going to be more auto bomber-ish. I need to start working on builds. You do. You absolutely do. Well, we lose a little bit of life there, but at least now we are up to 44% reduced critical strike from reduced bonus damage taken from critical strikes. Let's actually do this. We'll reel in strength a little bit. Make that T7. That should feel good. Crits are reduced by 74 and give us more base armor. So we're just going to not spec into crit avoidance. That should be fine. And all we gave up was some strength and a little bit of life, but that'll help us with crits. Warcry, necrotic, strength. That's good. Dude, I am not taking crazy stuff. Our exalted items are tier 22. We've done 2 LP Phantom Grips, 1 LP Tooth Swords, 2 LP Mantle of the Pale Ox, T22 Helmet, and T17 Weaver. Down here is also T17 Weaver. Not crazy at all. We've also done 12 tiers on our affixes for our enchanted idols. You would crush if you had this build. This feels really good. This feels really damn good. Or is Hydra still decent? For sure. Hydra's pretty much stay the same. I'm going to start my own build idea. I don't need you. You don't need me. Not on the Action RPG site yet. I just finished it. How can it be on the site already? Guys? Maybe it's on the site. actionrpg.com slacker. Summon Bear Beastmaster. This is old. Tech, who the hell did this? Tech, this is old. Tech? Come on, you troll. What? Aaron's hand. Hands are not fast enough. I know. I know from experience, dude. If you know what I mean. I want to make this build. I want to make this build. Yes, I do. Well, we can get rid of the questions. Stream is running. All right, we got the giveaway. As long as you're following the channel on Twitch or subbed on YouTube, type in !giveaway. That'll be for tomorrow. We already drew 2. Let's turn on Last Epic for a second. Can't blame him. He only has 2 hands. Here we go. Here we go. My God, this Forge Guard build will be gross. Why? It's going to be awesome or what? Is today the 17th yet? No. But you can imagine what it would be like if it was. Which class can hold a 2-hander? That's a Forge Guard. The Forge Guard can hold a 2-hander. And hold a shield. Dude, my computer is being so weird. Why? Man, just nothing but technical problems today. All right. The problem is I never use my headset. I'm just going to blame that. There we go. All right, audio is back. All right, let's test this out. You guys made me turn my damage numbers off. 515,000. I could have swore I saw 900 there. I'm not sure. Maybe not. $1 million. 1.3 million. Okay. This is the old. Okay, so just keep in mind, this is Old Bear. This is Old Bear with only 2. We're literally only using 2 items, and this isn't even any good. Will there be claw totems spawning from the changes? If you wanted claw totems, you can do that. $113 million. Gosh. New amulet, new body armor, updated set, 3rd weapon, attacking faster, and swiping every 0.8 seconds. Okay. So in its current form with garbage items, we're hitting for 1.1 million.
Hello, traveler.
Now, in order if we want to spec into aspect of the shark version of the build, you got to give some stuff up. We need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8. You need 13 points. Who's putting stuff in? Posture check, I'm standing up. What are you talking about? Am I yelling again? Hopefully I'm not yelling. All right. So now we need 1, 8. Where can I buy Last Epoch MTX? Oh, that's an easy one. That's right. I'm not yelling, guys. Guys, we just built out our new build. Right now we're testing it.
Traveler.
There's 1. All right, so far we have lost basically nothing. We need another 9 points. What do we lose? We could pull 2 from
Hello,
here.
traveler.
Technically, we could pull
Hello,
all of them.
traveler.
All right.
Do not dwell on
Do we do more damage with aspect of the shark over non? I think I saw 1, 2 in there. Was that a 3 million or a 300? It must have been 300. It looked like 3 million for a second. 500, 500, 500, 500, 300. $116. I saw 116.
Hello, traveler. Do not dwell.
116? 116 was the highest I saw. We removed Feeding Frenzy. One. That was a quick 1-1. That's the ticket right there, huh? One, 3, 1. 1, 3, 1. Ladder climbing of damage. That's right. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. We've already given away 2 copies of Last Epoch. The next copy will be given away either tomorrow or Sunday, just FYI. So you can still get into the giveaway. You don't have to be present to win, but you do have to claim your prize. If you're following the channel on Twitch or subbed on YouTube, type in !giveaway. I'm doing hardcore with the Terra's Blessing, so Bear's going to pull more. We got to test out how it hits your lowest minion. I like the idea of being able to leap and automatically trigger Terra's Blessing. That way you don't have to manually cast Frenzy Totem. So the automated process is nice, and it makes your bear bigger. So for sure, this build could switch out Frenzy Totem for the Terra's Blessing. I mean, technically speaking, we could switch out Fury Leap and put an unspec'd Fury Leap on our bar and automate a Terra's Blessing too, and get to take a 6 skill. That would super our bear for sure. That would be something. The hell is this? Oh, conditions. Can you give a peek into how you and your family are going to celebrate today's awesome podcast with Frosty? I don't even know if they're home. I heard them later. I heard them playing outside. Switch Leap, yeah. That is what I thought. So there's something very annoying. I don't know if you've tried this yet. We have tested Eterra's Blessing, and trying to manually cast Eterra's Blessing on the bear is horrible. That's why we took it out. It feels terrible. It's like the bear's moving around and you're clicking and missing. I hate it so much. If I could just click once and it automatically hit the bear, we would take it 100%. It just feels bad to play. They fixed it. Remember, it was in the patch notes. I know, but we have to test it first. Yeah, we got a Storm Totem build. My brain's not fully working. Too much typing? I know, right? Okay, passives. I like the new passive tree. We have 3 leftover points. We could give ourselves and our bear more life. More life is always good. I know. I think that is it. That gives us 1 extra point. You and your companions have a chance to critically strike. When you use a companion ability, you and your companions are granted aspect of the links for a duration. We are always using companion abilities, so 4 is fine. I think we're done. I think the new build planner is done. In my head, if you could actually create this, which I just want to be clear, we didn't go crazy. 1 LP Tooth Swords, 2 LP Mantle of the Pale Ox, 1, 2, 3, 4. Basically exalted items, only T22. You should be able to do actually way better there. 2 LP Phantom Grips, but even 1 LP would be fine. Weaver's Will at 17. For Inheritance, Weaver's Will at 17. Very mild-mannered build planner. If anything, the only thing that's tough probably is the idols, and we could bring those down. So now 5 and 5, 5 and 5. On this one, we'll bring this down to 3. And we'll do 10 tiers on every idol. Okay, that feels good. It's done. Done! Woo! With scaling gone. With scaling gonna go way over 1.3 million. Oh my gosh. So with the bear scaling its base damage off of strength, and with it swiping every 0.8 seconds, with the inheritance of the erased, and remember, I'm not using Tooth Swords, with the boost to melee damage on your Tooth Swords, with the crit rate. I mean, we're not even using Phantom Grips in the current build. It's gonna crush. It's gonna just... I mean, you're talking, I'm guessing, 3-4 million on the bear. Maybe higher. You can go Claw Totem. I don't like Claw Totem. We tried Claw Totem. My biggest problem with Claw Totem is it also doesn't scale with strength. If Claw Totem scaled with strength, I would be all over this because you could get it from your bear and you can get it from your swipe. I know Claw Totem, they changed it to where you could trigger it off a boss or rare hit. So maybe we'll try it. We've got the points. We could definitely try it. We can definitely try it. And another thing you could do for this build too, if you're really, let's just say the bear's damage is awesome, right? The bear's damage is off the hook. And you're not worried about damage, you're worried about survivability. You could take your second tooth sword and you could do this. You could throw in Bastion of Honor. And then you also wouldn't need the 9% more damage taken while dual wielding. So you wouldn't need that. And remember, block chance per strength against enemies within 4 meters. You're attacking with swipe for this build. So now you have more life, you have more mana, and you basically have 100% block chance. So you could totally viable to run this with the shield. This is the way to go survivability. The Tooth Sword is the way to go if you want to go damage. For hardcore, you'd probably want the shield. Bastion of Honor is hard to get, though. It's the rarest shield. And now that's... Oh no, it didn't screw that up.
Again, he skipped the intro.
Technical difficulties. Today we're going to be talking about all things Season 2, Tombs of the Erased, and maybe a little of the Beyond. Today,
That's kind of low.
might have broken a record with releasing 100 pages of patch notes, which is absolutely insane. All right, Frosty LaRue is on. I promised Frosty, I told him, hey, go live so I can raid him. Guys, we kicked off stream at 9 a.m. It is currently 6:40 for me. I'm pretty tired. And I want to get the VOD up on YouTube, so I'm going to do some editing and work on that right now. Get some rest, dude. Quitter? What do you mean, quitter? No, I'm going to raid Frosty right now.
Frosty
Yeah.
gets the raid.
Yeah. Character Builder 1.2, it's up. Subathon started this morning. Don't say that.
Ghost of Cambo. Yes, he edits everything himself.
Yes, I edited all myself.
It's me, wifey.
See how much taller I am?
He is taller. Baron now.
Because I'm working on the bear build. Get it? Get it?
I get it.
All right, everyone. Man, what a roller coaster of a day. Okay, Aaron, just restarting the stream. You are only at 7:20. I don't know why. I have no idea why. Blink twice if Aaron is wearing heels. I'll have to rip the stream from YouTube or something. I don't know. I'll figure it out. Thank you all for coming by. Again, we'll draw the giveaway. All the likes, all the shares, all the follows, all the subs. Thank you guys. Man, what a wild ride. And again, I'll stream likely tomorrow and Sunday. So make sure you join the giveaway. You can get in now. And actionrpg.com. We're updating all the build guides starting tonight. So we have 37 guides to update on my new website, actionrpg.com. Works on your cell phone, works on your browser. On top of that, in Discord, we have a brand new treasure hunt event. So if you want to be a part of a fun community event, if you join the Discord, you could sign up all the way till April 20th. And the Action RPG 8th Treasure Hunt event is in Discord. You can win yourself a custom Action RPG hat. So I'm done for the day. Hey, I got one build done. Look, hey, Tech, I finished one. Beastmaster, Summon Bear. I got the new build planner done. Ha! Done! Only 36 to go. I hope you all have a fantastic night. I will see you tomorrow. And just thank you guys all so much for the support. It means so much. All right. See you later. Bye.